to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from a bird's eye view. You should grow feathers and see this too. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. myself my name. Forgot about all you tried to change. Familiar was the sound of your voice as I continue to walk on by. It has been a year and now I'm living on the line. It has been a year and now I'm thinking what's mine, that I'm better off right here without you. That I'm better off right here without you. That I'm better off right here without you. I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in the cradles, profanities. I see the world through ice covered in ink and bleach. Cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Take my eyes open to force reality. Why can't you just let me eat my weight in glee? I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. Some days I feel skinnier than all the other days. Sometimes I can't tell if my body belongs to me. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. And hold your breath and feel the tension. Devils hide behind redemption. Honesty is a one-way gate to hell. I wanna taste consumption. Breathe faster to waste oxygen. Hear the children sing aloud. It's music till the wick burns out.
Take the wrong and you make it right. Like a firefly, you are glowing at night. So don't make it hard, don't let me go. I wanna hold you tight when you're cold. I'm waiting for your love, you just keep me hanging on. I deserve to stay, and I will find my way.
The fire makes the city look so bright. Close your eyes and just stay tight. We have to go. Stay with me while we leave. Don't worry, just believe me. This journey will relieve us. Stay with me while we leave. Stay with me while we leave. Don't worry, just believe me. This journey will relieve us. Stay with me while we leave. Stay with me.
Until you find your way back home. Don't let me drown. Don't let me drown. Don't let me drown.
everyone, and welcome to the 15th anniversary of National Student Pride.
Please put your hands together for the one and only Miss Vinegar Strokes!
Make some noise. Swinging in the backyard, pull up in your fast car, whistling my name, Vinegar. Open up a beer, you say get over here and play your video games. I'm in his favorite sundress, he's watching me get undressed. Ooh, takes my body downtown, honey. I say you're the bestest, I lead him for a big kiss. I put his favorite perfume on, Charlie Red from Boots. Play your video games. It's you, it's all for you. Sing it. They're alive, yes. Heaven is a place on earth where you tell me all the things you want to do. I heard that you like the bad gal. Honey, is that true? It's better than I ever even knew. They say that the world was built for two. It's only worth living if somebody is loving you. Well, baby, now you do. Oh, it's the remix, people, it's the remix. My God, how are you doing today? You're very quiet, so I'm very nervous. I need some loud claps, cheers, everyone stand up, Let's get fucking dancing, shall we? Here we go. Look at me, I'm a beautiful creature. I don't care about your modern time preacher. Welcome boys, too much noise, I will teach ya. Bram pam pa, wave your hands. Hey, you think you forgot how to play? My teddy bear's running away. The Bobby's got something to say. Hey, my psalmist leave me alone. I'm taking my Pikachu home. You shoot me just like your smartphone. Wonder Woman, don't you ever forget. You're divine and he's about to regret. He's a baka baka bee ba bak ba bak bye. Baka baka bee ba bak ba bak bye. Baka 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 baka. Let me hear you sing it to me, guys. I'm not your toy. You stupid boy. I'll take you down and I'll make you watch me dancing with my dolls on the baka baka bee. Not your toy. Choreography. Don't come and play with me, boy. Don't come and play, shake. Wedding bells ring, yeah. Oh, money man, bling bling. I don't care if you suck cocker, baby. Rum pum pa, emotions. Wonder Woman, don't you ever forget. You're divine and he's about to regret. He's a baka baka bee ba bak ba bak ba. Baka 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 baka. Everyone wave your hands. I'm not your toy. You stupid boy. Hey. I'll take you down. I'll make you watch me dancing with my dolls on the baka baka beat. I'll take you with me now, boy. Oh, you stupid boy. Hey, I'll take you down. I'll make you watch me dancing with my dolls. Baka baka beat with your hands. Look at me, I'm a beautiful creature. I could tell by your mother tongue. so much. Ow! Thank you. Some ferocious roars coming from the second row. Thank you, my love. I appreciate that. I'll give you that £10 later, okay? When I say £10, I'll give you €10 because you can't use it and it's cheaper for me. Yes. How's everyone doing today? All good? Yeah? Amazing. Yes, it is me, Vinegar Strokes. Everyone say hi, Vinegar. Everyone say Hodge. What'd you say to me? Hodge what? Hodge! 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 Lovely to see you. Yes, it's me. The queen of the hodgepodge. Yes. Did you all see RuPaul's Drag Race UK? Did you enjoy it? Did you laugh hysterically when RuPaul said to me, your fashion is kind of a hodgepodge. Can you believe it? Hodgepodge. As a drag queen, that's exactly what I want to hear. Hodgepodge. Because if I'm beautiful, that means no one's buying. Do you know what I mean? Ish. I'd rather be hodgepodge than gorgeous. Yeah? A little bit. It's not a joke, it's true. Right, guys, I'm going to do a couple of songs for you. Are you ready for a little sing-along? Yes. Now listen, I've been away. I've been on an international tour of Europe with Katia Zamalachikova and Latrice Royale. And last night, oh my God. Can you imagine 3 Ru girls in Amsterdam getting absolutely annihilated on gin? I'm not condoning gin, so please don't turn up drunk to school, to your classes. If you do, don't blame me. If you do, good on ya. That's what I did. That's how I got a 2-1. I was drunk for the whole of my drama school training, just like Shakespeare. Julie from Yonder Window Breaks or something. I don't know. I don't remember it. But yes, I think it's time for a little sing-along because I learned in Amsterdam the one thing that riles people up and gets everyone excited is a sing-along. So I'm bringing it to Westminster. So what do you think? Do you think it'll be all right? No, obviously we are at a university, so I'm nervous that people are under the age of 30. Is that true? Yeah. Fuck. Okay. So I did a gig at, in Leicester at DMU. Yes, boo. Yeah, I don't know how we feel about rival universities. We're better than you. So when I did this song, no one knew the words. Let me tell you who the song is by. 5 total slags I like to call the Spice Girls. Do we know it? Let's try it. Let's get that track nice and loud, please, as well. And this is a lovely sing-along. Imagine we're in the live lounge or BBC 2 radio, and we are the Spice Girls. Piano sinking for my life. And feel free to sing along and clap along as well. Let's clap now. Right, I'll start us off. I'm giving you everything, all that joy can bring, this I swear. Last time that we had this conversation, I decided we should be friends, hey. But now we're going round in circles. Tell me, will this deja vu never end? Ow. And now you tell me that you've fallen in love. Well, I never ever thought that would be. Hey, this time you gotta take it easy, throwing far too much emotions at me. But any fool can see they're falling. I gotta make you understand. Everybody sing it. I'll give you everything and all I want from you is I promise you. That's nice, I like that. Very nice, you're feeling sultry, feeling sexy. I'm feeling very posh myself. Won't you sing it with me? If you put 2 and 2 together, you will see what our friendship is for. Oh, if you can work this equation, then I guess I have to show you the door. There is no need to say you love me. It would be better left unsaid. Everybody stand up. Let's stand up again. Here we go. I give you everything, all the joy can bring. Oh yes, I swear, all I want from you is I promise you. Yeah, I want you, yeah. Drop that harmonica. Quickly turn to something else as well, my love, do you know what I mean? Any fool can see they're falling. I gotta make you wonder. 90s white girl rapping. I'll give you everything on this, I swear. Just promise you'll always be there. Kick. Oh. You see ya. I'll give you everything and all that all I want from you. Right, this side. Are you gonna be louder than this side? Let's hear ya. Here we go. Now this side, you'll go. Here we go. And all that. That side won it. Right, everyone together. Here we go. Clap your hands. I'm giving you everything, all that joy can bring. This I swear. Oh, and all that I want from you is a promise you will be there. Thank you so much. And applause for yourself. Stunning, stunning, stunning. Right. Obviously, it's February. It's the time of year we'll express our love for someone. Did anyone get any nice Valentine's gifts, cards, grinder messages, anything nice? Anything nice? Oh, woo! Someone definitely got a dick pic there, differently. Well, you know, I am a single woman. It's hard. It's very hard, you know, being in the country's #2 total slag, because the first one is obviously Jessie Wallace, aka Kat Slater. You know, I love a dear friend of mine. Clang, I've got celebrity friends, yay. But it's very hard when you are a total slag, but you're single. Louder than that. Thank you, I know. Thank you for that organic, oh, thank you. But you know, I always think you can always believe, can't you? If you believe here, and around here as well, you can always believe in life after love. Ooh, someone got it. So this is a lovely version of Cher's Believe. I want you to cry. If you're not crying, what's wrong with you? Let's go for it. No matter how hard I try, you keep pushing me aside, and I can't break through. Get your phones out and your lights. They're talking to you. I got one. It's so sad you're leaving. It takes time to believe it. And after all is said and done, you're gonna be the lonely one. Oh, do you believe in life after love? I can feel something inside me say, I really don't think you're strong enough, no. Do you believe in life after love? I can feel something inside me say, I really don't think you're strong enough, no. What am I supposed to do? Sit around and wait for you, and I can't do that. There's no turning back. I need time to move on. I need a love that feels strong. But I got time to think it through. And maybe I'm too good for you. Sing it to me. get through this. 'Cause I know that I am strong. I don't need you anymore. I don't need you anymore. I don't need you anymore. No, I don't need you anymore. Do you believe in life after love? I can feel something inside me say, I really don't think you're strong enough, no. Do you believe in life after love? I can feel something inside me say, I really don't think you're strong enough, no. Do you believe in life after love? Yeah. Thank you so much. I've been Vinegar Strokes. You've all been gorgeous. Thank you. Have a great student pride.
Can we please have another round of applause for the fantastic Vinegar Strokes?
Give it up. Now, please welcome the co-chairs of the Student Pride Committee. Give a massive yes queen for Max and Olga.
Hello. I can't even... Oh, there's music.
Woo, nice. Hello.
I can't even compete with introductions with Vinegar Strokes. I was going to wear that wig today, so it's a good job I didn't. Hello, everyone. How are we feeling? Good. Lovely to hear. I'm Max. I'm a co-chair of the student committee that organizes National Student Pride each year.
Hi, and I'm Olga. I'm also a co-chair of National Student Pride.
So I don't know if you know, if you come down the staircase, you can see 15 years of Student Pride. We're celebrating our 15th birthday this year, and thank you for being here with us. Thank you. Student Pride started way back in 2005 when it was just a small little event at Oxford Brookes University, and now we've gone all over the country, and we've landed here in London for the past few years to be here, to be hosted by the University of Westminster.
When it started, it was only 15 universities taking part, and this year we've confirmed it's 190 colleges and universities being represented here. How amazing!
So if anyone's looking for a graduate job, you can go upstairs and enjoy yourself in the careers fair. They have a voguing workshop, they have a mental health room. It's far beyond what a regular careers fair is. And so much more up there. Also, puppies as well is a really important bit.
Yeah. So, not only that, but today we're going to have amazing panel discussions, starting with the panel discussion that's going to be focused on making more space for women in the queer community. Yes, thank you, which is going to be live streamed by Diva Magazine.
Thank you.
Yes, okay, and then we're going to have queer sex panel with Attitude Magazine. Yes, thank you. Yes.
So, we're going to keep it short. We've got James and Juno coming on now. We've got our first panel discussion around now. A couple of notices for you. Please get to have an on time tonight. It will be very, very busy. Guarantee yourself getting in with a queue jump. Please get there early. Queue jump is for only as long as the club can take people in there. And secondly, on your commute home before you go, listen to our podcast, Queer AF, hashtag Queer AF. Have a listen, enjoy Student Pride. Thank you so much. Thank you to our lead sponsors, EY, Clifford Chance, Gold, Lloyds, Enterprise, ASOS, Santander, for them as well, thank you. Thank you so much, guys. Enjoy your weekend.
Thank you. Bye.
Hello, hello, hello. Hi.
Hi, everybody. How
Hello.
are you?
How are you? Are you good? Oh, that was awful.
Yeah, let's get
Come
it
on, let's try
louder.
it again. Are you good? Of course you're good.
Please give it up for Juno Dawson.
And a big round of applause for my co-host today, James Barr.
Hi! And yourselves, of course. Thank you for being here. It's Student Pride's 15th year. What a massive achievement. We've got so many exciting things happening today.
Yep, we're going to be looking after you this afternoon. We're going to be introducing and doing some of the hosting on the panels as well. We've got 4 amazing panels. We are starting off with me next, which is looking at the role of women in the LGBT community. Then we've got James.
Yeah, I'm going to be on Attitudes Queer Sex panel, which is going to be really interesting because we've got to keep it clean.
Then we've got clean-ish. We're like cheeky, not filthy.
That was what we were told.
Cheeky,
so
not filthy.
no swearing,
So
basically.
I will leave that for you to decide where fisting falls on that spectrum. I'm not going to be invited
well, fisting
back.
can be cheeky.
Cheeky fisting.
It can be cheeky.
I'm definitely not being invited back next year, so let's enjoy this
Let's
year.
move on.
Then there'll be a short break. Then we've got a live recording of the Queer AF podcast with Evan Davis, Dustin Lansblack, and Lady Phil.
Yeah, that's going to be mega.
Well, indeed.
And a pretty major moment later as we do Drag Chase with the one and only Bag of Chips. Woo! All right, let's kick off Student Pride then. Get ready for the women panel with Juno Dawson. We'll see you in a second.
I'll be back in a minute.
How does sex work for 2 women?
Have you had the surgery?
Are you going through a phase?
Hi, my name is Olga.
I'm Imogen, also known as Foxglove.
I'm Tallulah.
My name is Campbell.
I'm Ellis. I'm Abby.
And these are things that we are so over.
Right, first one.
Who wears the pants / who's the man and who's the woman?
I don't think it should have to be about who's the man and who's the woman. Like, it should be about the person.
I mean, in some cases, yeah, there might be someone that's more feminine or masculine or more like dominant in the relationship, but it's not necessary to have a man and a woman. That's not what a relationship is.
There is not a man and a woman in this relationship. We are 2 women, so like the dynamic is obviously so different.
It's the whole point.
Are you going through a phase?
We've been together for nearly 7 years now, so like...
It's a big phase.
I came out as a gay male and then transgender, and then I started to like women and girls. It's always kind of been like, oh, you're changing all the time, but actually you're just evolving as people all the time. So I mean, it's definitely not a phase.
I mean, for some people, I think we go through like a transition period where we're finding ourselves. But I think to question someone's integrity in their own decisions is kind of lame.
Yeah.
Like,
How does sex work for 2 women? None of your business.
Oh my god, I love this question. It's just like, can you not?
guys are like, so scissoring. I'm like, dude, come on.
What is scissoring?
Doesn't even,
I don't even get
I've never
what
done it.
I used to be quite ignorant. Like before I got with a gal, I probably asked people the same thing.
But I think if a close friend asks you that, it's fine. But if somebody, like, I was asked that at work and I was like, seriously? No.
Yeah.
The same goes with straight people. Like, you would not ask a straight person that. Like, it's just way too personal and invasive.
Just look online, read a book,
Research.
watch a movie.
What was your name before? I always get that one.
I bet.
And I hated that.
Do you?
I hated my name before.
Well, actually, I didn't need to change my name. It's always been Campbell. But people always like, what was your name before? Or what did you look like before? And I think it's so disrespectful.
Mm-hmm.
Have you had the surgery? None of your business.
Do people ask you that, like, on a regular basis?
All the time.
You would not ask a cisgender person what genitals they have. It's something that's private, and unless I'm sharing that with you, there's no need to ask.
And then they ask loads of questions like, well, can you come? Can you get wet? And all that kind of business. I'm like, well, yeah.
I get so many messages on Instagram all the time from men, like, how big is it? That one really gets my back up.
If you're dating a masculine woman, why not just date a man?
Oh, yeah.
For us, being lesbians, the whole point is that we aren't in a relationship with a man. It's not to do with like any parts, it's about being with a specific gender that you're attracted to.
It's just very dated, I think. And we shouldn't be hearing these questions, but keep going.
Maybe you just haven't found the right man.
You don't want a man.
Yeah, it's not what I'm looking for, and it can be as right as you want it, but it's not for me, you know? It's been difficult because growing up in a country that doesn't really
think same as people think here. You kind of look for that right man, and then you just get hurt more over the time because it's not what you want.
Oh, so you can't find the right man if like you don't want to be with men anyways. It's nothing about like how that person is. It's literally like, I don't want to be with a man. That's it.
I don't mind said in response to you coming out to someone.
A man would come up to me and they would be like, can I have your number? And I would be like, I'm gay. And they would be, I don't mind. And I'm like, well, I do mind. It is disrespectful because they don't hear you.
Can I see a picture of you before?
I always get that one. It's like, no, why?
Yeah.
So you can judge me.
Why do you need to think before, like, this is who I am now, and this is what you should be accepting me as now? It doesn't matter about before, like, the person you see in front of you is what you should be addressing.
These questions have been asked time and time again.
People automatically stereotyping you, for example, masculine, feminine, or people assuming things about your identity, realise that actually assuming can be sometimes offensive.
Put yourself in that person's position. Like, what kind of questions would you want to be asked? What would you think is too invasive?
But it's actually okay to ask questions as well, just as long as it's done in a non-judgmental manner.
If you know that you're playing to those outdated stereotypes, even just think about ways you can reword questions so they're just a bit more polite.
We're in 2020 now, and the world's moved on.
Hello, welcome back. And to those of you who are watching on Facebook, thank you so much to the Diva channel for hosting us, and thank you to the National Student Pride. Wherever you're watching, you're very welcome, and you are here for our Creating Space for Women panel. Hello, how are you? Saturday afternoon, cup of tea, wicked. My name is Juno Dawson. I'm an author, journalist, other things, and I'm joined this afternoon by some very, very exciting guests. Let's go from whichever this way is to whichever this way is. I don't know my left and right, so I'm transgender. Okay, on this side, try to get me to count as well, that's not going to end well. On this side we have Chloe Davies from UK Black Pride. Hello. Next to her, we've got one of my very favourite pop stars. We have Millie Toomey, but you know her better as Girly. I'm loving that this chair swivels, and it's going to be very Basic Instinct when we get to the middle, isn't it? Straight down the skirt. Hello, on this side we have Tanya Compass, who is an amazing writer and activist from Galdem and from Student Pride as well. And also, last but not least, on the end we have Lady Phil, who is, again from... Very popular from UK Black Pride, but also from Kaleidoscope Trust more recently as well. Is that correct? That wasn't in my notes, but the last I checked, your Kaleidoscope Trust, who do some amazing things. We are here today to talk mostly about how, despite maybe in the past, the efforts of women in the LGBTQ+ community, how the biggest figureheads, those who've managed to rise to the very top, traditionally have been white cisgender men. And therefore why we need special panels, special conversations, special spaces which amplify, raise up and support the role of women in the community. So I'm going to kind of start with you first, Lady Phil. Beyond the obvious answer, oh actually no, there's one more thing I'm going to say. Bear with, put a pin in it. Clearly, this should go without saying, but this panel and all of Student Pride is fully inclusive of all ends of the gender spectrum. And for the purposes of this discussion, when we talk about women, we are fully inclusive of trans women, trans feminine people, non-binary people, anyone who wants to identify as a woman, that's A-okay with us, obviously, hello. See me here. But also, if your feminism isn't for all women, it's not feminism. Already my earpiece has dropped out, so if Jamie's in my ear, that's not going to go well, is it? Cool. So, Phil, why do you think, historically, women have been, and I think this is true, I think it's fair to say, why do you think it is that women have been sidelined within the LGBT plus community?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for allowing me to be on the panel. How is everyone feeling? Do you know, I don't think that's loud enough. We're at Student Pride. How's everyone feeling? Okay, that's good. I feed off of energy. So I think that, you know, when we're talking about women being sidelined in the LGBT community, you know, the word that springs to mind is intersectionality. Right? And people use intersectionality in a wrong way sometimes, and they make it sound like it's about diversity and inclusion. But when we're talking about women being sidelined, we're talking about misogyny, we're talking about the patriarchy, we're talking about structures and institutions that are so ingrained in how we work that often see women not as first-class citizens, but not just women. We're talking about black women. And I'm, you know, when people say to me, oh, you're always talking about black this, black that, hello, it's a lived experience and it's a reality of what black women go through just even within the LGBT community. You know, black women who are young, black women who are disabled, black women who are differently abled, black women who are of a working class background, different socio-economic, migrants, immigrants, refugees, asylum seekers. So when you take all of those different factors into account that intersect with each other, there are those barriers of oppression that exist. And when those barriers of oppression exist, it means that people are not going to look beyond that. They're quite niche in their thinking and end up often isolating women in the movement. I think my own personal experience, and you're going to have to tell me when to stop, you know, because I know other people need to talk, but my own personal experience is that, you know, 20 years ago, spaces like this did not include our beings. You know, I'm sat next to Tanya right now, a young activist, a queer activist who's doing some amazing stuff. Oh, we're not allowed to swear. Some amazing stuff in the community. But it's only because of those people that have come before us why we're able to have spaces like this. And this is why I say enjoy it, embrace it. But, you know, where you said if your feminism is not for everyone, then it's not feminism. I think that if your movement is not for everyone, that comes from different backgrounds, that intersects in different ways, then you know what? If it's not intersectional, I'm not interested. And I think that we've come to a stage now where we're allowed to say, you know, 2 fingers up to it. We're not playing this part. We're not being tokenized. We're not here just as a gesture. We are here to be heard, to be seen, visible 365 days of the year, 24/7. And if you don't like my being, then it's not my problem, it's yours. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And Chloe, do you think that's why we need Black Pride? I mean, it seems that we have that conversation a lot. Like, why isn't Pride enough? But presumably that is why, because there is still those levels of oppression and some people benefit from the systems that are in place more, why we do need specific spaces for women, people of colour, trans people. What do you think?
It's about seeing ourselves reflected in the mainstream. And so if we don't have space that's carved out in other organisations, and this isn't just for, you know, black people, for LGBT people who identify under, you know, the POC panel, but also it's about if you're trans, we have a trans pride, we have a bi pride, we have prides that are to centre the more marginalised parts of the community. So it isn't necessarily about why is there a need for a black pride. If we are all not in the mainstream, then there will always be a need for us to have a space to centre ourselves and to feel safe. So whilst we continue to need to have pride organisations, we will continue to need to have a UK Black Pride and a trans pride and a bi pride until we're all free. That's the reality.
I'm swiveling again. Hi. So we talk about these levels of like barriers or where things haven't quite been designed for us, for women. Tanya, have you ever experienced these barriers whereby theoretically Now this is very, because I mean, is there such a thing as a community? And I think that's the problem. We use this word community. Is there a community, and have you ever experienced any barriers to it?
I think when it comes to community, it's kind of looking at what you deem, as you said, what do you deem as community? Because I think I didn't come out or understand, I don't even like coming out, because I didn't understand that I was not straight until I was like 23. So after university, after everything, because in my head, being LGBTQ+ was a white people thing and it wasn't for people that look like me. So when I kind of understood it, and I was like, okay, I don't have any friends. It's like when you go in secondary school and like you see when you go in an awkward year like year 10 and you move schools and you don't know anybody, everyone's got their little cliques and you don't fit in anywhere. I was like, I'm really trying hard not to swear. So I was like, oh no, what do I do now? And then I've looked, and I think via social media, I found Babes, BBZ, they're Bold Brazen Zammies, and they're a group in the collective that centre black queer people. And that was the first night I went to, and from that point, I saw people, and I was like, oh, these people look like me, and I wasn't even technically out then, I was just there as an ally. And I went there, and I saw people, and I started, making friends through there. But then it's like, okay, the mainstream of what you see in the media is, again, still very whitewashed. And it's like, you go into schools now, I'll do a lot of like workshops and talks in schools and secondary schools, and I'll still say the same thing that I just said earlier, where I always thought being queer or being gay was a white people thing. And this will get the kids in the audience laughing and roaring, ah, yeah. Because for them, they still think it the same way. They don't see the fact that people can be anything, that they don't understand the spectrum in which LGBTQ+ people exist. And like, we're not a monolith where we exist in many different vast identities. And so for me, like, I always strive to, I guess, kind of create a space for young people, especially young black queer people, to find a community, because my community has been everything for me. I think when it comes to barriers, I think I've been pretty lucky, if I'm honest with you, in terms, I think social media has helped a huge amount in terms of connecting with people. I think Black Pride has helped a huge amount. Like, I volunteered with Black Pride for about 2 years, and through that, I met many people, many young people, and that kind of gave me the position to find things. And I think I've been lucky where I found black queer people who have helped me on my journey, and I've always felt held by a community. However, that's also lucky because I'm living in London. It also means that I can pay for travel to leave my house. There's so many things that I think I didn't have as many barriers. I was working, I was 23, like I was older, whereas for young people, for young homeless people, trans people, people who are doing sex work, people who don't have access to even, to travel and to free travel, it makes it so much harder to find community. So I've been lucky, I think, where from the out, a lot of my work is kind of built around the fact that I didn't necessarily have as many barriers. I don't think. I've been lucky. So I try and take away the barriers for young people when I create events and stuff like that, because it's not easy.
Thank you. And speaking of young people, hi, girlie.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm very good. Now I'm going to tell my personal girly story now. I came to one of your gigs in Brighton about a year ago, and I was the oldest person there by a lot. I was like this husk of a creature moving through this, but it was so energized to see. Actually, it was a lot of students. A lot of students had come to see your gig, and there was this most amazing energy. And your lyrics in your songs are really unapologetically about what it is to be a girl in 2020, addressing the patriarchy, not in a coy way, in a really open, speaking about what it is to be a young woman and what it is to be a young feminist. Is that important for you, that that isn't hidden, that that's out there, and that that is very much your message?
It's really funny because people, like over my career, people have asked me a lot, like, why do you choose to write about those things? Why do you choose to write about being queer? Why do you choose to write about being a woman and feminism? And I always just say, well, because that's my story. Like, that's I write about my experience. And it was never like I sat down and I was like, right, this is my agenda. I have to spread the message to the people. I was just like, this happened to me yesterday, so I'm going to write about this. And that connected with people clearly, which is amazing because you write something in your bedroom or whatever, and then suddenly you realize, oh, actually, it's easy to forget how powerful it is just to talk about your own experience, and how people, sometimes you don't realize how much people need to hear that, just need to hear that, like, oh, you know, especially young people, because yeah, my fans, like the people at my shows, are pretty much all under 16, you know, majority of them, and so they're in that period where they're just trying to figure their own stuff out and figure out who they are, and you know, like you were saying, it's really, sometimes there's a real lack of representation in the mainstream, in music, film, television, news, and so.
Do you think is it, again, I'm not going to swear, is it annoying? Is it annoying that as women, and we can all, I think, address this as well, that our jobs is not necessarily to be educators, and yet as a writer, as a singer, as CEOs and directors and writers, is it irritating that we also have to have this second shift of teaching the next generation what it is to be women, what it is to be feminists? Is that because we don't get paid extra for that? And more importantly, is this something that men have to do as well? When people look at somebody like Justin Bieber, is there any responsibility on him to be a role model in a way that I think at various points we've all been described as activists or role models?
I think annoying is the wrong word. I think it's kind of more a privilege, really, because you know, you realize, like, and like you were saying, how we have to thank the people behind us who made these spaces possible. And it's like, now we're the next generation and we have to make it even better and more spaces available for then the next generation. And so it's, you know, yeah, I guess it's annoying that we still have to be like talking about all this stuff, but it's there and these spaces are happening, and that's amazing.
Personally, I was being a bit devil's advocate there. I'm always really happy to do it because I think when I was 13, I didn't know what a trans woman was, which is why I didn't come out until I was 16,000 years old. Because, yeah, had there just been one sort of trans woman on TV in the 90s, my life would have turned out very, very differently. And so when I look at those people who did come before me, even people like Nadia on Big Brother, I'm like, thank you for helping me to understand better who I am. And that's why, even though, you know, I've been attacked and I've been criticized and been harassed online, I will take the rough with the smooth, because if that helps younger trans and non-binary people think, oh, I could probably get a job in the media as well, great. But can we briefly talk about the word women with an X? It is not pronounced wimixen, which I've been doing all weekend. The whole theme of Student Pride this year is we're mixing, carving out space. Why do we need that X in the word women? If just in case people don't know, Tanya, can I ask you?
I think when it comes to women with an X, is the idea obviously is the W, the woe, and then you got the men, and it's like, okay, cool, this is why we've seen it, this is how we've learned it. But I think when it comes to language, especially around like queer communities and stuff, it's something that we weren't born and we're told this language, you know what I mean? Like, I grew up and a lot of my language was inherent based upon the area that I grew up in, my friends was homophobic. And, you know, you have to unlearn all of this stuff. And I came into the queer community, again, not knowing anyone queer, etc., and having to learn all of these different, you know, the new words and new things. I think it's been open to the fact that women with an X is just more inclusive of women who necessarily aren't cis, straight women, white women. It's inclusive, a bit more political. It's showing that you're actually taking the care to be more inclusive, as opposed to just being like, just women with a men. I don't know. I'm not going to lie, a lot of language is changing all the time. Maybe in the future, women might be spelled with rather than an X, will be something else. But I think just being open, also being open to critique, because I know that even when it comes to my language, it may not necessarily always be the most inclusive. It's not intentional, but it's just something that we've been socialized to have a certain, you know, certain words and certain languages. So it's being open to changing that. So right now, it's just being aware that women with an X is more inclusive of those that are not cis, white and straight. So be more, actively try and use that when you're doing, you know, just your promotional materials and stuff with work or with school or with uni, try and do that.
Anything to add, Phil?
Yeah, so language is evolving, right? It's ever changing. I'm of a particular age where, I mean, I'm older than all of you on this panel, and I am. I just look really good. Yeah, but, you know, when I was growing up, even feminism the word looked very different. So yes, I understand the ideology and the concept and why feminism is important, but I don't call myself a feminist anymore. I call myself a womanist. And this word womanist derives from, when looking at feminism in a critical way, it didn't include black women. And the lack of understanding of race and class and gender did not come through in that era of feminism. So there was a push. And the word womanist or womanism is about black women interrogating anti-racist and feminism, gender, patriarchy, all simultaneously. So I think that things will change. But you asked a really important question about communities, and I just wanted to touch back on that. I think that there is no one community. I think that there are many different communities, and it's okay to have different communities. You know, there's a young queer community that I am not going to be part of, but I'm going to support, and it's okay to carve out that space. There is a black queer community, and it's okay to have that space. And, you know, touching on what Chloe said, when UK Black Pride was created, it was created to carve out the space, and not many people know, but UK Black Pride started off as queer women of colour from an organisation called Block, which was Black lesbians in the UK. And it was for that very reason, because we were not seeing ourselves in wider mainstream activities. We were not seeing ourselves in everyday parties, nightclubs, whether it was on TV, whether it was on magazines. And if we did see ourselves, it was in a negative way. So we started having the intergenerational conversation. We started having the woman with the X conversation. We started trying to, even in the black community, understand what does it mean to be black and trans. You know, if we're not asking ourselves these questions and interrogating or critically analysing ourselves, then we're not going to be able to move past certain things, and we'll come back here and have a conversation asking the same question about why is it that we need to be carving out spaces. But yeah, I think there's not one community, there's loads.
And I think that's really important, because not everything has to be for you. And I think that's sometimes what the message may be, please again stop me from that we need to pass on to white, cisgender, gay men, which is not everything has to be for you. And that's fine, and I agree. I'm so glad you mentioned class as well, which I think is the conversation that we never have, which is, you know, what about, you know, there's no good talking about equal pay for women if you're not earning any money at all, if you're unemployed and you can't access the workplace because you're trans. You know, these are conversations that we need to be having. Safe spaces, Chloe. In your mind, what makes a space safe?
Oh.
I know, we're going in with a really gentle question.
I think it comes in many folds. So, you know, when we're talking about a safe space for you as a person to relax, it's with like-minded people, knowing that actually who you are, your culture, your likes, your dislikes are embraced, that you can have that conversation. So from that perspective, you know, UK Black Pride is an amazing, or at least for myself, the last 2 years now, is just family. Like, you know, it's amazing to be on this panel with family, and it's, you know, it's just like we're all just sitting together, and we just had a meeting a couple of days ago, and then it's nothing. You have that feeling where someone just makes you feel incredibly comfortable, but also where you're around like-minded people that push you to thrive and to be incredibly successful, and we are all successful and supportive for each other wherever we're at, you know, around the country, around the world. Whenever we see each other, it's just all love. That is about carving space, because that safe space is when you then see that next person. It doesn't have to be a building or a place. It's defined with people, you know, for me. I guess I have the other side of creating safe spaces for work, because that's what I do in my day job. So I'm wearing a very glamorous T-shirt. I work for my G-Work. I head up partnerships, but it's about creating a safe space where, as an LGBT person, you can find a job. So you can find a job and you don't have to worry about that barrier that you are LGBT, because everyone has already said, we don't care, as long as you have the skills and you can do the job and you're committed, then come and find that space. So I think it's on twofold, because we're inherent beings. We want to thrive, we want to be successful, but we also want to live and have community and have families and find friends. So, you know, for me, it's about all of those things.
And Girly, you are, I suppose, in and out of the nocturnal world of nightclubs and music venues, and it looks like, obviously, you know, when I was a kid, I just wanted to be a Spice Girl. I imagine the reality of it probably is less exciting and less glamorous. Is the music industry, the club circuit, is that something that is safe for a young woman to be working in? Is that something that's been, you know, we all, you know, I think the conversation has moved on beyond just #MeToo, but we like to think that things are improving for young female performers at all levels.
I think as a performer now, when I'm going on tour and I'm deciding which venues to play in, for me, I think it's important not only to choose places which are openly inclusive and safe for women, but safe for everybody. And I always try and make my shows a safe space, and how I define that is, you know, anyone can come through these doors. It doesn't matter your background, your race, your gender, your sexuality. Like, you can come through these doors and you can feel like you can be anyone who you want to be today, with zero judgment. And I think as a performer, and I'm lucky because I'm at this stage now where I can decide where I want to play and I have more control over the show. So I always make sure there are gender-neutral toilets and that the security are briefed, you know, and that there's signs everywhere, you know, saying if you see any discrimination, report it, they'll get kicked out, kind of thing. But yeah, I think when I started playing, it was difficult because you'd be going into open mics or clubs where it's just a load of white guys with guitars, and you're kind of, you know, middle-aged white guys with guitars, and you're there like, okay, here we go, and it's scary, for sure. And I think there needs to be more of an awareness, even on, you know, because the bigger venues are catching up now, but I think even on the smaller, even pubs, if you host live music or events, and, you know, you have to brief your security, you have to make sure that, you know, what kind of events are you having? Are your toilets gender inclusive? Or, you know, things like that, because otherwise it can be really scary, and it can put you off from, you know.
It's encouraging as well, and I get a lot of hope from working with young people. I think my book's, again, largely aimed at teenage girls, and what I love is that your audience and my audience seem to get it, and that gives me a lot of hope for the future. Sometimes when I look at a lot of geez, Grandma. Sometimes when I look at a lot of pop music, I think, this is not for me. You've moved on. Listen to your Adele album. But it gives me real hope that that generation just below me are way more open-minded than I was when I was that age. So I think certainly when I came to your gig, it was absolutely a safe space. But my next question is for Tanya, because you said as well about living in London. It's very tempting. And I'm sure, obviously, you've all come to London today and things seem to be based in big cities. I grew up in a tiny little village in West Yorkshire, about 20 minutes outside of Leeds. What happens if you are living in a place where there isn't any sense of a community, and has the internet, have things like Galdem created a safe space online, do you think?
Okay, just first clarify, I don't work with Galdem, I've just written for them a couple of times, so yeah, I'm my own youth worker. But I think in terms when it comes to, for example, people that live outside of London, like a lot of my experience been working with AKT, which is a homeless charity so supporting young people who are homeless or living in hostile environments, and this is not just based solely in London, but outside of London, outskirts. And I think that, obviously being in London, a lot of things are naturally going to be London focused. I don't know, you know, you have to actively learn how you can make events and things more inclusive for young people outside of it. So when I've done an event called Queer Black Christmas, which is for queer black young people who are either homeless or live in a hostile environment or just find Christmas period hard, I brought together around 30 young people, but I made sure the money, I sectioned off money so it would be open for young people outside of London. So people come from Leeds, Manchester, Birmingham, Essex, Brighton, and a lot of them, and that was important for me to make sure it was inclusive. But I think that it's always important to remember that, like, if you do not see an immediate community, a queer community, and even if you can't be out and be yourself and be authentically yourself outside of your bedroom walls, it doesn't invalidate your queer identity. And I think that's really important to remember, that some people actually can't exist as themselves outside of their bedroom, whether that's due to their sexuality, their gender identity, whatever it may be. And I think that utilize social media. So I've got a lot, like, I always know whenever I go do talks in schools, I will get a lot of like Finsta accounts follow me, and there's often students who still don't want to be known to be following me like a loud gay woman on their thingy, so they'll follow me on their Finsta. So it's a bit more secretive, but they'll DM me, be like, hey, I saw you at school, this is my account, please don't block me. And I'm like, okay, that's no problem. But you utilize social media and connect with people, and putting yourself in spaces, sometimes virtually, so obviously online, is really, really important. Just to sometimes be with people or hear things from people that let you know that what you're feeling is an alien. Because I think often you're put in these spaces and people will try and make you justify how you're feeling, justify why you feel uncomfortable because people are saying homophobic stuff, or why they're being transphobic or racist or whatever it may be. And I think that online spaces, online communities are so important for queer people. I think at the moment, there's a lot of talk around Twitter being like, oh, they need to make sure troll accounts don't exist, so everyone has to input their passport and this and that. And I just think that's actually going to severely affect the queer community, because so many queer people exist on these Finsta and fake accounts way before they even come out, because it gives you that language and it gives you that access to a community to really affirm yourself before you actually are ready to actually tell everyone else, hey, this is me. So I think that social media is really important for those that live outside of London. But I think it's also, as I said earlier, not everyone that lives in London is able to be themselves. I'm a cis woman. So for me, I have to necessarily have to think about spaces, are they trans inclusive? Obviously, I make sure the spaces I go to are, but equally I know that I'm not going to be put at risk by going to a space that isn't trans inclusive. So I think that, and even people that don't have recourse to public funds, people that don't have access to a lot of things that we have here, you always have to think about, even when having a discussion on safe space, no space is ever safe, if I'm being honest with you. And I think so many places are quick to be like, this is a safe space for everybody. It's not. And I think that as people who do create spaces, you have to be open to the fact of somebody saying, this space wasn't safe for me. No matter what your intention may be, you can't say this is a safe space.
And to not be defensive about that as well, which is the worst.
You have to be open to it. You have to be open to critique all the time. I've been critiqued on my language when I've done a form and I said gender non-binary as opposed to non-binary. One of my young people emailed me, said, Tanya, I'm actually really disappointed because gender non-binary and non-binary are two completely different things. Gender non-conforming and non-binary, two completely different things. And I was like, you know what, you're right. And I was like, I said to the young person, I was like, I really, really appreciate you for saying this, because it was their emotional labor they were given to me to make sure that my work is inclusive for other non-binary and gender non-conforming people. They didn't have to do that, you know what I mean? But to have somebody be like, you know what, Tanya, I want to make sure your events are exclusive for everybody, that's fine. I could have led with my ego first and been like, no, what do you mean? Da-da-da. But it's not about that. The whole point is not for you to get offended. The whole point is for you to be open to constant critique. I'm constantly going to be critiqued. And that's what you have to be open to, especially when you're doing the work like we're doing.
Thank you. And this is a good place because, speaking of places which have been designed with keeping or putting women first, was Pussy Palace in London, and we were meant to be joined this afternoon by the lovely, lovely Monroe Bergdorf, but she's not very well. So after 3, can we all do a very big get well, Monroe? 1, 2, 3.
Get well, Monroe.
I'm sure she's watching at home and has been magically cured. Thank you very much. Last question, and we're going to have to whip through it really, really quickly. So I have a terrifying timer in front of me. It's like, you know, like in a Bond film where there's a bomb about to go off? That's what I'm sitting in front of. What do we think? So I've noticed in my 7 years of transness that I've been answering a lot of the same questions a lot of the same time. And I imagine on this panel, I've asked you questions you've probably been asked before. So my question is, what can we do to kind of move the conversation on? What's next? And what should we be talking about instead of me constantly saying trans women are women, which I'm frankly bored of saying? Chloe, can we start with you? What should we be talking about next?
I think there's a responsibility for a lot of people to actually do a bit of their homework themselves, first and foremost, to then move on the conversation. If you're repeating the same things, you know, you're explaining your existence, you're explaining definition, that's what search engines exist for, to then ask the lived experience question afterwards. So I'm happy to have the conversation, but I need you to do the first 2 steps first.
I feel terrible saying you could Google that.
Oh, no, I don't.
Well, maybe that's my... That's my next thing. I just know I need to be more bold with just saying, I think you can Google that. Thank you. Girlie, what do you think? What should we be doing next? What's the next step?
I think just creating more spaces like this to where we can have open conversations, because talking just about our lived experiences is just so powerful. And I think in general there just needs to be more of a push, and it started already, but it's baby steps, but there needs to be more of a push for more inclusive representation in TV and film, in music as well, in media, because like I was saying earlier, when I look at young teenagers who are kind of soon to be the next generation of the the next young generation of the LGBT community, it's what they're seeing and where they're seeing themselves represented and how they're seeing themselves represented in the media. And, you know, I mean, what do most teenagers do? They watch Netflix and they watch YouTube and listen to music, and, you know, and those are really influential. So I think there needs to be more of a push for representation.
Thank you. Tanya, what questions should I be asking?
I think that people just need to acknowledge their privilege, and this goes to everyone in the room as well. Acknowledge your privilege, and when someone calls you out for your privilege, don't feel offended and don't let your ego talk first. I think that we always have to look at, again, just because you're safe in this room, how can you make the room safe for somebody else? And put that upon yourself. It's not the job of the oppressors to teach it's not the job of the oppressed to teach the oppressors how not to oppress us. That's long, it's boring, pay me or not. Like, it's like, genuinely, like, you have to get paid for it. So many people, brands, companies, etc., expect our labor for free, and it's time-consuming, it's emotional labor, and it should never be expected for free. And I think that's really, really important. And I just think, yeah, I really want to swear, and it's really just F word. Google it. Like, just please Google it. Like, take your time and Google it, and put that on yourself. We shouldn't have to spend all our time saying the basics. Take it upon yourself to teach yourself. And if you're not, you can't say that you're really an active ally when you're not teaching yourself, because you're waiting for another panel to happen in your workplace that you sit through at your workplace whilst you're getting paid to listen to. Like, it's not work. Take the work and take it upon yourself.
And finally, Lady Phil.
Yeah, so I've got -1 second.
We're good. Nobody's screaming in my ear yet, but it could be that my in-ear has broken. So somebody over there might be crying, but I don't know about it, so it's fine.
I think everything everyone said on this panel, but there's a word called solidarity, right? If you are not understanding that, you know, my struggle has to be your struggle and your struggle has to be my struggle, then we've lost the fight for, you know, to fight against injustice. We've lost the fight for equality. So I don't want to be sat here talking about racism. I want you, even if you're white, you're not black, to be talking about racism too. Whether you identify as a woman or not, I want you to be talking about misogyny, sexism. I want you to be talking about class, even if you don't come from that class. I want us to actually have that conversation about power and privilege, and who has power and who has privilege, and how to amplify what you have so that other people can reach a particular place. Because there's no point in us talking and talking and talking about this if we're not actually going to take meaningful action. So yes, we can talk about allies, but there's something called social disruptors. I'm not saying let's all go out and be anarchists, but I am saying let us make sure we put our money where our mouths are, and when somebody feels that there's an injustice to them, then we stand shoulder to shoulder, side by side, because that's the only way we're going to win the fight for equality for all of us as LGBT+ people. So it's solidarity.
Thank you all so much for kicking off our main stage this afternoon. And a huge thank you as well to National Student Pride, who I think, you know, they put 5 women front and centre for the first thing, and that is the theme of the whole afternoon. On all of the panels, there is going to be some form of conversation about why it is that sometimes lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender and queer women have been thought of second. So a big thank you to National Student Pride for letting us go first. It's not a big thing, but it's something. So can we please have a huge round of applause for all of our panel members this afternoon? Lady Phil, Tanya Compass, Girly, and Chloe Davies. I've been Juno Dawson, and wait right here because we will be right back in just a very few short minutes with more entertainment. Thank you very much.
Please give a massive round of applause to our Carving Out Space for Women panel. Student Pride, how are you? Right, so coming up today, so much excitement. Girly is joining us back on stage in just a few moments. We've got Bag of Chips here later. Don't forget the Attitude Queer Sex panel. Now, I've never had straight sex, so I don't really know how that works, but I'm pretty sure it's just like a pint and a vagina. But, you know, queer sex is a lot more admin, douching, for example. We'll be diving into that later. I'm a massive advocate for talking about douching, by the way. So that's coming up. Plus, a very exciting live recording of the Queer AF podcast with Evan Davis, Lady Phil, and Dustin Lance Black. Give it up. Don't forget tonight at Heaven, the Pussycat Dolls. Oh my God. So excited. We need to get there early, guys, so please make sure you're there at like 9:45, 10 if you are going to be slaying to the PCD. Is everyone ready to be a hot mess? All right, please welcome back to the Student Pride stage, Girly.
You think you know me, but you never knew while you were playing. I was playing you, I know your tactics, 'cause I use them too. So are you jealous? 'Cause I'm not jealous. You think you did me, baby I did you, let me correct you. Baby I did you, guess I'm the bearer of some real bad news. Are you jealous? 'Cause I'm not jealous. On and on, I'll keep doing what I want. Keep calling me crazy, but I'm not crazy for you. I could go on and on, yeah, you never really turned me on. Keep calling me crazy, but I'm not crazy. You think you got me, but I got you singing. Pink, 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 I got you singing. Pink, pink. You think you got me, but I got you singing. Thought I was your side dish. Secretly, you were my bitch. And baby, honestly, ate you for breakfast with a cup of tea. Yes, I was faking. I'm a double agent. 007 times. That's how many times you didn't make me scream, make me whine. I was texting different guys, staring deep into your eyes. Said it was the best night of my life. Faking. I was faking. On and on, I'll keep doing what I want. Keep calling me crazy, but I'm not crazy for you. I could go on and on, yeah, you never really turn me on. Keep calling me, but I'm not crazy. You think you got me, but I got you singing. Pink, 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 I got you singing. Pink, pink, you think you got me, but I got you singing. Usually this is the bit where I get everyone to sit down, but you're already sitting down. So just imagine. On and on, I'll keep doing what I want. Keep calling me crazy, but I'm not crazy for you. On and on, I'll keep doing what I want. Keep calling me crazy, but I'm not crazy for you. I could go on and on, yeah, you never really turn me on. pink. Thank you so much. The next song I'm going to play is called Hot Mess. I guess I'm messy, I'm messy, I'm messy, I'm all messed up. I'm messy, I'm messy, I'm all messed up. I'm messy, I'm messy, I'm all messed up. I'm messy as a... Walk into the room with my skirt tucked into my shoes. I skated here, I'm sweating, had a good day, how about you? Let's talk about things done, gay parties done, when you're talking over me. Chatting shit, I'm not a kid, well this is patronizing. Then you explain how you studied this at uni, so you'd know more than me about the thing that paid for my phone. Why don't you make it a hat trick? Comment on my look, like a bit outlandish love, but you know, don't judge a book. I don't know who you think I am, but you're bitch number one. I'm good at what I do and don't ever let anyone tell me that your song's okay, but sweetie, did you know? A couple changes here and there would make it super cool. Like so much better. They say I'm a hot mess, I don't care what they say I'm a hot mess. Cause I know what I'm doing, guess I'm just a cause I say what I like and what I hate. Hot mess every day. They say I'm a hot mess, I don't care what they say I'm a hot mess. Cause I know what I'm doing, guess I'm just a cause I say what I like and what I hate. Hot mess every day. Oh my god. So I think she looked a bit nicer if she combed her hair every once in a while. And look at those jeans, so messy. A natural hair color would look so much better on her with her bone structure. She probably doesn't even write her own songs. Open up my mouth and rap some fiction poems, bros. But all that you can focus on is my makeup, and I don't have perfect skin, I don't live in fairy tale land. Stop telling me to grow some balls, I'm happy as I am. Also on this subject, maybe you should change your look. Your presentation's scruffy and it's time you really took this whole thing seriously. Do you really want success? Just cause I'm a girl, I think that you think you know best. Let's be honest, I do. They say I'm a I don't care what they say I'm a cause I know what I'm doing, guess I'm just a hot mess. Cause I say what I like and what I hate. Hot mess every day. They say I'm a I don't care what they say I'm a hot mess. Cause I know what I'm doing, guess I'm just a cause I say what I like and what I hate. Hot mess every day. I'm so stupid, please tell me how the world works from a woman you see. Please stop using such big words, my brain can't take it. I'm just a little girlie. They say I'm a hot mess, I don't care what they say I'm a hot mess. Cause I know what I'm doing, guess I'm just a hot mess. Cause I say what I like and what I hate. Hot mess every day. They say I don't care what they say I'm a hot mess. Cause I know what I'm doing, guess I'm just a cause I say what I like and what I hate. Hot mess every day. They say I'm a hot mess, I don't care what they say I'm a cause I know what I'm doing, guess I'm just a cause I say what I like and what I hate. Hot mess every day. I guess I'm messy, I'm messy, I'm messy, I'm all messed up. I'm messy as a boy and I don't give a fuck. Thank you so much, Student Pride.
Yes, give it up
Big
for
round of
Girlie.
applause for Girlie, please.
Woo! Such a big fan. That is basically my song, I'm a hot mess.
You're not a hot mess, though. You're
I
reformed
am.
hot mess, James Barr.
I'm still a hot
He's now a
mess.
dry mess. Like catstick you've poured sawdust on. Hi.
Hi.
Hi again, I'm back.
So let's find out where everyone's from.
Let's talk to you, our audience.
Give us a shout if you are from Scotland. I know we've got loads of people from Aberdeen in the house tonight. Give us a cheer if you're from there.
Hi, Aberdeen. It's snowy in Aberdeen today.
Thank you for coming all this way.
Thank you for coming.
That's amazing.
Do we have any Welsh students? Oh, can somebody from that Welsh institution shout where they're from?
Yeah,
Huh?
I heard
'Cause
chlamydia.
I went to university in Bangor. Is anybody from Bangor here? Did you just laugh at the word Bangor?
No, it's because I thought I heard chlamydia, but it wasn't.
Chlamydia is not a university.
Well, I mean...
James is about to be on a queer sex panel, so that doesn't bode well,
I
does
do have
it?
a lot
That
of
he thinks
information about chlamydia.
is a university.
It did teach me a lot. Do we have anyone here from Northern Ireland? Yes!
Yay!
Oh my God, amazing.
One
and what
brave
about
person.
England? But keep it quiet, because...
You have a list of the institutions who are with us today, is that correct?
Well, I have some places, so I know there's a lot of students here from Southampton. Great.
Not willing to admit
We'll
to
just
it.
scrap that, shall we?
Where else? Do we have Nottingham? Manchester?
Hey! That's very northern, I like that.
Have we got any Northerners? Have we got any Bradford or Leeds? Just
Leeds?
just one
Leeds
brave Leeds person.
Why don't after 3 we all just get from you where you're from? Just shout which uni you're from after 3.
At
Is
the
everyone
top
ready?
of your little voices.
Top of your
After
voices.
3, 1,
2,
2, 3.
Definitely heard chlamydia.
Oh, it's lovely at this time of year.
Definitely heard chlamydia. Thanks so much for being here. It's the 15th ever Student Pride. It's such a huge achievement. I'm so proud to be on stage with you, Juno.
You
and to
should
be in
be.
front of all of you guys. You're all beautiful. We're taking a very quick break of about... Let me just check the time.
I know, the queer sex panel is going to be starting at 20 to 5.
That's 16 minutes from now. So you've got time to go upstairs and check out our amazing contributors.
Are you kidding? Have you seen how many stairs there are?
There are a lot of
You
stairs.
haven't got time to do that, but you've got time to go for a poo. So that's good.
You
Get
have.
a drink, get a tiny cake.
Yeah, a tiny cake.
A tiny
Check out
cake.
Dean Street, who are with us today. They're over here near the bar.
Oh, if you go to Dean Street, they have key rings that look like little sperms with eyes.
Who doesn't want a sperm key ring?
While stocks last. So go really quickly and get a little sperm with eyes.
There's also lots of information about safe sex, which is very important.
That's important as well.
Very important. So we'll see you in about 15 minutes back here for the Attitude Queer Sex panel. And Bag of Chips is here today too, plus the Queer AF podcast recording. Love you. Bye.
See you in 10.
diamond from gold. Maybe you are something I cannot define. Maybe you are the fallen kind. I lay in bed with violence, the silent side of me. We see where fire starts to breathe. When I would lay in silence, the voice inside of me made me lose my mind right.
We're gonna burn it down. Burn it down. We're gonna burn it down. Burn it down. I killed it, it's murder. I killed it, it's murder. I killed it, it's murder. I killed it, it's murder.
I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker. I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker. I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker. I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker.
Show them. Change the station with a new shit. Show them. Change the station with a new shit. Change the station. Change the station. Change the station with a new shit. With a new shit. Change the station. Change the station. Change the station with a new shit. With a new shit.
Turn toward me and look so weak. I've never seen you with such tired eyes. And everything we said we'd be, we just traded for a suit coat and a tie. And underneath the rows of trees, I will see you where the ocean meets the sky. Under your toes, the fire grows. You are ready for a different kind of life. You're silent for the wind is calling. You must return to the wild. You're silent for the wind is calling. You must return to the wild.
Hello. Hi. Willkommen. Hiya. Hi. You're right, it's Cheryl Curl. I'm here from Girls Aloud to tell you. No, I'm not. Just sometimes I like to be Cheryl Cole. I have problems. Welcome back. I trust that you're all well rested. You've been to the loo, you got your little cake, and you got a sperm from Dean Street. The keyring, not actual sperm. Which brings me to our next panel. That's right. Settle. It's when you've got time. We've got hustling and running. It's fine. Take a seat, settle in, because for the next 40 minutes, we've got a treat for you. This is the one that I'm excited to see because I've never actually had sex. That's right, I'm an absolute beginner. I'm getting married this summer though, and finally I might get to enjoy the physical act of love. I can hear you laughing back there. I can hear you. It's true, I don't know what men's bodies look like. Please, can you put your hands together, please, for our phenomenal queer sex panelists?
Hello, take a seat. Take a seat, everybody. Can you all hear me? Can we hear? Have we got audio? We are live streaming on Student Pride's Facebook and Attitude Magazine's Facebook. This is the Student Pride Attitude Magazine Queer Sex panel. And just for our viewers at home to clarify, and for the audience here, this is not a practical exercise. There will be no on-stage sexual intercourse.
Okay, well, bye.
Sorry, James. Better luck next time. Mostly because my mother will be watching, though. That's why. We can do it later backstage.
Okay.
This is a panel discussion on queer sex, or as most of us in this room like to call it, sex. It's about the ins and outs, the ups and downs that come with it, but the audience participation is welcome. So if you feel the burning desire to copulate with the person next to you, go ahead, just please don't swear, because we are live streaming. And hold your burning desires and your screams, and also please wipe up after yourself, because there's another panel afterwards. But with all the housekeeping rules, this is a content warning, because we are live streaming again. So there will be honest discussions about sexual intercourse, copulation, and all the bits that come with it. But with that done, let's introduce our panel. So we've got James Barr, who you've seen too much of today already.
You are seeing way too much of me.
James Barr's radio presenter. Well, how would you like me to describe yourself?
Oh, sweetheart. You can call me whatever you want.
Slag.
Yeah, that works. I'm not allowed to say ho, am I? Sorry. So, yeah, I'm a comedian, a presenter. I write for Attitude Magazine, and I also host Hits Radio Breakfast and have a podcast called A Gay and a Non-Gay.
And we have got Florence Schechter. Did I pronounce that correct?
Yeah, close
enough.
Yeah.
Florence is a science commentator and director of the Vagina Museum, the only vagina museum in the world. Over here we've got the incredible activist and writer Charlie Craggs.
Hi, guys.
And television's Dr. Ran Singh, who needs no introduction at all for all the amazing work that he does.
Thank you.
So we're going to get into it, going to dive into queer sex. I'm going to start with you, Florence. Shock. What is the biology of same-sex attraction? Because society tells us that it's something quite unique to humans, but actually your research shows that it's very widespread and very common.
So I want to caveat this with it can be quite dangerous to talk about the biological origins of queer sex in humans, especially with the rise of fascism that we are currently experiencing. But I can talk about from a sort of an animal perspective. It's been observed in over 1,500 species. It is so common because animals have done what humans do, which is they've decoupled sex from reproduction. So they use sex to do things other than baby making, like forming bonds, reducing tension, climbing the social hierarchy, and obviously it feels nice. So once you kind of accept the fact that we have sex for reasons other than baby making, like there's no reason why you wouldn't do it with someone who's not of the opposite sex to you. And loads and loads of animals do it. Absolutely all of them.
You've given some great examples on your in your talks before about elephants,
Yes.
for example. They'll only have sex with a female partner. Well, male elephants will have sex with a female partner just to reproduce.
Mhm.
They'll often partner up with other men.
Yes.
I love
yeah,
elephants.
Yeah, I love bighorn sheep. So they're this sheep that live in Colorado. Was that a whoop for bighorn sheep?
The bighorn sheep, fan bases over there.
So they usually live in sex-segregated groups, and then they only ever come together for a very short time of the year to mate. The rest of the time, the bachelor group, the males, they are constantly having sex, like proper full-on anal sheep all the time, and they are also really interesting. Sheep, yeah, sheep do anal. Loads of animals do anal. Animals
Touch your
do
pearls
oral,
round.
fingering. Do you know what's my favourite? Bonobos.
They do fingering. How do they do fingering?
Oh, no, not sheep, other animals. Like orangutans, for example, they finger themselves with their feet, like that.
No way.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
I need
yeah.
to learn that.
That's not fingering, is it?
Towing? Yeah, I really like bonobos. They do penis fencing, which is when you hang two males facing each other, hang from a tree, and then like that with their penises.
I feel like I did something like that last weekend.
I've done that.
I think what we take from this is that queer sex, which we'll call it, as we like to call it, sex, it's not uncommon. It's actually very natural.
Mm-hmm.
But what has become common in society, in humans, is that we demonize it.
Mhm.
And we make ourselves feel guilty for it because, we're this minority and we have years of Christian and religious intolerance, and that's hard to overcome, isn't it?
Yeah, it is really hard to overcome, but I think it's important to remember that hasn't been a constant. There are loads of cultures and societies all over the world throughout time that have been very pro or sort of queer sex has been very normal, and then usually what has happened is Britain has come along and said, you're part of the empire now, and you're not allowed to do that anymore. So for example, all over India, there's like these beautiful carvings across temples of just like orgies of everyone, of every gender, having all this sex.
All of them were at it until the Brits came along.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's like a very Western thing, and if we had it before, then we can have it again.
But nobody teaches us about the queer sex that we have. We have to kind of discover it ourselves. I mean, certainly the conversation has changed. We've talked on this slot, actually, with Attitude Magazine before about sex and relationship education, which is still, a conversation coming. But we have to discover these things ourselves. Talking about things like anal sex, douching, it's like nobody teaches you these things. It's impossible, like the female bodies as well. Let's talk about some of our first sexual experiences. Is there anybody that wants to chime in with their first queer sexual experience?
Who wants to chime in with their first queer sexual experience? I'm sure, like, my first sexual experience was back in the Victorian ages. It's a rather long time ago. I think they did it differently back then. For those of us who grew up in the 70s, 80s, 90s, we didn't have all of the stuff we have around queer sex right now, and all of the awareness and the knowledge and the acceptability to some extent that we do. So a lot of us had to make a lot of mistakes and work it out for ourselves and kind of, fumble, for want of a better word, our way through the dark. It's not all of us have had great experiences to start off with, but we recognise that it was just a first experience. But then a lot of heterosexual people, I think, at the time probably didn't have great first sexual experiences either. I'm hoping things will have changed nowadays for younger people because we are talking about it a bit more. We are going to have a PSHE or PSRE, whatever you want to call it, curriculum that is going to cover some of these things, which is a fantastic thing as of this year.
Was your first queer sexual experience an enjoyable one?
I think it was more of a exploratory thing, exploring feelings and exploring something that I'd never really had before.
Did
my
it feel
first
weird
sexual
when you
experience,
were doing it?
Hey?
Did it feel weird when you were doing it?
So the thing is, my first same-sex sexual experience, having been with somebody of the opposite sex for a long time prior to that, was riddled with a lot of guilt and a lot of other feelings, and it was coloured by so many other things, because I didn't really know who I was, and I was just kind of discovering it and kind of working myself out. So for me, it felt probably different to what it would feel like for someone who's doing it for the first time now. But I'm sure that a lot of people share that the first time it happened for them as well.
When was your first enjoyable sexual experience, James?
Oof. Thank God you asked.
There's a lot of
that,
fumbles,
not
I'm sure, but when was the first time you actually thought, actually, this is fine, this is good, I feel comfortable doing this?
I think it was with a guy called Jamie.
You named him.
I do, yeah. That was
Go
the first
right
time it
in
was
with the
enjoyable.
name. Go
That
on.
was the first time I had sex, and I thought, oh, actually, like, I'm good with this. It was the first positive sex experience.
How old were you?
I was 15 at that point, but then he cheated on me with my other boyfriend. So it didn't really go very well. But that was the first positive time, like when it felt safe.
Flo?
I remember I would say, do you want me to say enjoyable or just first?
Say first and then your enjoyable one as well.
Oh gosh. Well, because I remember my first queer sexual experience was probably masturbating to porn.
Wow.
And it was really weird because I was like 14 when I first getting like sexual urges, and like the second I went through puberty, I was like, yeah, I'm bi. Yeah, I'm just, no question. And I remember watching like online lesbian porn and being like, is that what they do? Because they look like they're really not enjoying it. You know, like lesbian porn, they're always like arm's length to each other because they've got to get all of this on the screen because it's made for men. And
Really?
Yeah, really, I know.
I've never seen it.
No. So it was really, really odd. And then when I had my first enjoyable sexual queer experience, oh God. Oh no, this is so bad. Why can't I remember anything? I spent quite a few years not enjoying sex, to be honest.
I think that's quite common, though.
Yeah.
Like, I remember there's a lot of guilt attached with me, with what I, growing up as I did in a religious household in South London, which was a very masc environment. Queer sex for me was always something that felt wrong. It wasn't until my early 20s I started to realize my body wasn't something to be embarrassed about.
Yeah. I always felt all right about my body. It was the queer bit, because I grew up in also a very religious household, and one of my earliest memories was when my cousin was born, and he has an older brother. And I remember my older male cousin, he's like 3, and he's so excited about his new baby brother. He was kissing him, and he was like, oh, it's so exciting. And I remember so vividly my grandfather saying, as long as he doesn't do that when he's older. And then I was like, oh, I was born into that family. Okay, never gonna feel comfortable about that ever again. So I kind of just was like, oh, that's just something that I do, and it's not my real life. Do you know what I mean? It's like something I do over there.
Charlie, when did you first start to explore sex as a trans person? Because it's loaded with a lot of the other issues and the challenges that you face in your identity.
Yeah, so I came out as trans when I was about 21, but it wasn't until I was maybe like 23 that I started having sex, because I just felt so uncomfortable in my body, which is something that I know a lot of trans people's stories that have the same narrative. And it's kind of mad to think that just someone wouldn't have sex for that long, but I just felt so uncomfortable myself, and I didn't feel. It was also about the comfort of the other person. I felt like, why would a guy, because obviously well, not obviously, but I'm straight, so I sleep with straight guys. And I was like, well, they wouldn't want to sleep with me if I look bad, or if I'm at a certain point in my transition. So I waited until I felt like I was good enough. And really looking back, that wasn't a stupid thing. They should be so lucky to get whatever I give them. But, sorry. Because, I'll tell you why. Because we're talking about our first queer experience. My first queer experience was great. My first queer experience was in an all-boys Catholic school in West London. But my first straight experience was crap. And pretty much straight, well, not every pretty much straight, but a lot of the sex I've had since transitioning with straight guys now is crap. It's so, and I don't know, of the porn, we're talking about where it's so male-centered, about straight men's, gays and stuff. But it's a massive differentiation between queer sex and straight sex. So I'm I'm going to conversion therapy at the moment, guys. I'm trying to become a lesbian.
Yes!
So yeah, no, it's very interesting as someone who's experienced both queer sex and straight sex. And
do you feel scared of sex?
Oh, absolutely not. No. I've always been very sex positive. I think the fact that I had sex in an all-boys Catholic school, in the school, kind of demonstrates that. But it's more that I think you do when you're a trans woman engaging with straight men, when you look at like the murder rates, and it's always usually a man who has slept with us who kills us, either directly after or because of the shame or something.
But how
you
do you
have to be
separate
careful.
the fetishization that comes with men seeing trans people as objects and not people?
I mean, I don't think I've learned that yet. So if anyone in the audience knows how to deal with that, like the differentiation between fetishization and just a guy liking you, it's very hard to know someone's true intentions because, I don't know, it's very, very hard. I think the dream is just to find someone who is like, oh, you're trans, but I don't care. Like, you meet, and your transness isn't the whole kind of why you met and why you had sex, but that's very rare. Like, if you're meeting on an app and, like, people swipe on you because, and then the first thing they talk about is your transness, it's very much the reason usually why they, like, why they're into you, and you're, yeah, it's very hard to go from that kind of casual sex kind of feel to the wifey, girlfriend feel, because men are more than happy. Like, most straight men would have sex with a trans woman. There's such a misconception in the media that, like, we're so undesired, but my DMs are popping, and I'll put, can we put a screenshot up? Like, but the thing is that men they'll sleep with you, but they want to date you because they don't want to get to the point where it's serious that they've got to tell their friends and their family that they're dating a trans woman because of how taboo it is. So yeah, it's a hard thing it's hard to toe the line, and I'm learning.
Isn't that part of the issue, Charlie, that you're almost a taboo?
Yeah, oh, absolutely, yeah.
So, you know, they'll have sex with you, but they won't tell their friends about you that they will date you or anything
absolutely.
like that. Any subsection of the LGBT plus community has the potential to be fetishized.
Yeah.
Whether you're black, whether you're Asian, any non-Caucasian, ginger,
Believe
trans
it or not.
people, it's, you know, any subsection of it gets fetishized. And I think we need to recognize that sometimes people use that fetishization as a weapon as well. They say, oh, no blacks, Asians, no, et cetera, and some people will say, I'm only here for trans people. And I think we have to be really careful what kind of message that sends out, because we're supposed to be an all-encompassing, inclusive community, and actually we're probably the worst perpetrators of discrimination, I think, compared to some other communities that we know of.
Why do you think that is?
I think it is part of a throwback is that when you are discriminated against your entire life, you cannot help but carry some of that across into your own world. You will respond in one of two ways. You will either be very anti-discrimination and be very, very welcoming and open, or you will go the other way. And this is what happens. And I think we see that sort of weird dichotomy on apps. You'll see it on apps quite a lot. I think it's really sad, and I think it's probably a topic of discussion all in itself, but the LGBT plus community is a wonderful, wonderful family that is so colourful and so rich and so diverse, and I love that. But yet, time and time again, we still see on things like apps, you know, so I have certain preferences, or I will only date this kind of person.
How do we differentiate between fantasy and fetishization? Are they two sides of the same coin? Are they different?
It's dependent on the individual, right, and how open your mind is, I suppose.
I've always had the feeling like it's down to respect. It's like, is this person having sex with me because they think I'm really sexy, or is it like I'm an object in their eyes? It's like, am I a person or am I an object? Do they respect me? And that's the difference between like having a real preference and it just being a fetish.
Yeah, you can usually smell that out as well. If not when you're talking to someone, definitely after you've had sex the first time, you can smell if like, oh, I was just like a hit off the bucket list. And I'm sure this is the same even for like, if a gay guy is dealing with like a closeted guy or like a straight guy on the apps who is like, not out, like, be it like they're all for it, and then after you've had sex, they just are in silence and they might act funny. Like, I've definitely had that experience. So I think that's usually a clear indication of whether someone sees you as just an experience or a person more than your body and more than your gender identity or your sexual orientation.
One of the things that's constantly tied up with queer sex is the idea of STIs and disease, and it's we've had that message non-stop really since the AIDS crisis. And although recently we've seen a decline in HIV rates because of PrEP and these other wonderful drugs that have come in, but there's been a huge steep rise in STIs, hasn't there?
Yeah, it's quite interesting actually. We've seen about a 25% increase in cases of gonorrhea, 5% increase in syphilis. Conversely, you've seen declining rates of HIV, particularly in London. You've seen declining rates of HPV-related illnesses and cancers and things like that, genital warts, which is fantastic. That's because of the vaccination program. But I think this rise that we're seeing in STIs is a continuation of what has been happening anyway over several years. But one of the big worries that we're having, and actually one of the I suppose, side effects of things like PrEP has been that we've seen declining rates of HIV, but people are using PrEP as if it is a universal protective mechanism and not realizing that it actually isn't. And actually some of these other STIs that were kind of forgotten a little bit, chlamydia, gonorrhea, syphilis, for example, has been forgotten, can actually be potentially quite serious and give you longer-term complications.
I want to come to James because he's got quite a personal story that he wants to share with us, and which my mind was blown recently when you shared with me the information that last summer, you were tested in June or July, you were fine, and then in August you got tested for chlamydia, wasn't it? And then from chlamydia, you developed an arthritis, a reactive arthritis.
Yeah.
And we've always had the message as gay men, because we know chlamydia can be damaging for women because if it can affect your ability to have children. But I never from my life knew that chlamydia, because we're always told it's harmless in men, can give you arthritis.
Yeah.
It's crazy. So how was that experience? So what did you think when you got that news?
Well, I didn't actually know I had chlamydia when I developed reactive arthritis. And if you're not sure what that is, that's basically when you get arthritis. And there's no history of arthritis in my family, but it led me to not be able to walk for like 3 months. So I spent the first month of it just in bed and being wheeled around. Even putting like a duvet over my feet would be the most excruciating pain ever. And I saw a doctor and he was trying to figure out what had happened. And I think he realized I was gay because I was wearing these trainers actually, and they've got like a little rainbow on the back. Because as I walked out the surgery, he was like, "Stop! I think you've got chlamydia." And then I tested for chlamydia, and yeah, that's basically it. So I had this reaction.
And what did it do to you?
What did it do to me?
What were the physical symptoms?
My both feet were like enormous. It got worse after that point where I couldn't wear shoes. So I was in Crocs for a whole... Can you imagine how awful that was?
It's the hidden horrors of chlamydia. Yeah.
The hidden horrors. So I was wearing Crocs. I had to get rid of skinny jeans. I was just wearing like tracky pants. I was ordering... I mean, the expense of being, I guess, disabled at that point.
You were on crutches.
Is ridiculous. Not at first. It took a while to be on crutches because the pain of it was so intense. So I was delivering food all the time. I couldn't stand up in a kitchen to make food myself.
This is just 6 months ago now.
Yeah, not that long ago.
Crazy.
Yeah, crazy. It was only in December that I started to be able to like stand up again. So I was brushing my teeth, sat down, shaving, sat down. It was really horrible. It would take me ages to cross a road, or getting a train was horrendous because a platform is long, really long. So yeah.
What was the mental health impact of?
It's still with me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm still not 100%. And whenever I'm like, even just then when I came down that staircase, I was like, wow, I can walk down a staircase? That's incredible. But standing for a long period of time, it kind of comes back a bit. But the mental impact was bad because previously I'd had like suicidal thoughts and been very depressed. So having this brought back some of that. And because you can't move, I guess I was just feeling like, what is the point in me even being here? Like I can't do anything. And I can't, at the minute I still can't really get back to the gym or do anything that is like positive for my body because I'm still in a bit of a hangover from it. But I'm okay. I mean, I don't know what you're applauding.
No, it's absolutely incredible that you're sharing that story. I mean, this is the safest space you could probably share that story. And hopefully what it will mean is that people are going out there and getting tested more, because even if you're on PrEP, it doesn't protect you from all these other things and things we don't know about.
Yeah. I don't know how common it is to get reactive arthritis from
But
chlamydia.
even if it's not common, it's, you know, you don't know what's around the corner. We're
Yeah.
not educated enough to understand what we're doing.
It's so important to use protection, and that isn't PrEP, that's other protection.
Well, protection is getting tested.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a form of protection. It's looking after you. So I get tested every 3 months, have a full sexual health screen just because I'm busy. That's what happens. One of the things we don't talk about, Florence, is STIs amongst women. We hear it all the time amongst, well, when it comes to queer sex at least, it's always about conversations around men. As a female of queerdom, how do you relate? How does that relate to you and your sex life?
Well, my current sex life is quite boring because I've been dating a cis man for 4 years. I know. But you're just like gross. But it is really interesting because a lot of queer women or queer vulva havers are like, oh, I don't need to do that. Like, that's not relevant to me. Like, I don't have any ejaculate, you know, you won't put things inside of anything. And so a lot of the time they'll just not use protection at all. And the protection we do have is so gross. Like, have you ever had one of those dental dams? Oh my God, they're hot. So
clinical, isn't it?
Oh, it's, yeah. It's just like put some cling film over. It's the unsexiest thing in the world. I mean, I don't know like the stats of it, but it's just like a lot of the time it's not something we talk about, because also when you have a vulva, the thing you're most worried about is getting pregnant. And so, you know, it's like, oh, finally, I don't have to worry about it anymore.
Do you feel women take care of their sexual health as much as they should do?
I think everyone can always do better. I think it's very stigmatizing when you try and do something about it, because something that especially women will have is that, like, you're a slut, that's what they'll call you. If you have to get STI checks too regularly, you feel worried about like going to your GP too often and always seeing the same nurse every 3 months. It's like you don't want to feel like that. But there are ways of getting around it. Like, I went to 56 Dean Street once, and they are the absolutely loveliest people in the world. I was getting a blood test, and I have eczema. And she was looking at it, this nurse, and it's like very subtle. I don't know if you can see it, but she was looking at it for so long, and she had this very concerned face. And then I realized, and I was like, oh, honey, they're not track marks, it's eczema. But she was so like non-judgmental. She was just like concerned for me. I could see it in her face that I was like, if it was, I'd probably feel okay talking to her, but I wouldn't feel okay talking to someone at my home GP surgery about it.
When it comes to trans, obviously, then dealing with your sexual health must be quite scary, because how do you know you're going to go somewhere and not be judged or be asked really intrusive questions? Like,
Yeah.
What's your personal experience related to that?
I mean, I can deal with intrusive questions, but I've had doctors literally be like, get out my room. Like, I've literally had doctors look at me like disgust. Literally, yeah. I did a change order petition when I first transitioned, because I had to see like three of my local GPs to have one just send an email to refer me to a gender clinic. So like, from that point on was like, nope, only going to like a transgender specific. Because there's, if anyone who doesn't know, there's on a Wednesday night in Soho, they shut down, it's part of 56 Dean Street, but I can't remember, it might be that building, I can't remember, but Clinic Cube, it's called Clinic Cube, but they shut down one of the buildings, and there's a floor on the second floor that's just for trans people, and all the doctors are trained in how to deal with trans people, so they're not gonna like, make you feel like this, basically. There's like, even the staff, a lot of them are trans, everyone in the waiting room is trans, so you just feel safer and more comfortable. So that's my way of getting around it, but I feel sorry for people who don't live in London and don't have access to something like that at the drop of a hat. Like, I think it'd be worth it, even if you don't have much money, get like a mega bus down, like, or something. If you don't, do you know what I mean? Like, it's worth it to have the luxury of sitting in going to a space where you know you're not gonna get treated like a piece of dirt or stared at or laughed at by other people getting checked, or the doctors like happen to imagine, like, I can't imagine, like, also because I'm not one of these trans girls who live stealth. Like, I think like I come in the room and my voice is there before me, so like I don't ever have to have the experience of like pulling down my trousers and the doctor being shocked or something. But I've had trans friends who've literally had that experience of like the doctor didn't even know they were trans until they were tested. Like, so I think it's just we need more spaces like that. There needs to be like a clinic use like all over.
You're a very strong and confident person. Not every trans person has that inner strength because they've gone through a different, very difficult journey of, like you said, isolated.
And imagine, so I do consider myself very confident and bolshy and strong, but if I'm even scared of going to my GP because of, like, imagine someone who's quite timid, you know, it's not right that this is the way it is, but it is the way it is. So until things are fixed, I think we need to, we need to be getting mega buses down to Soho once every while to get checked.
What can people do, Ranj, if they are not necessarily living in a big city hub and they identify as LGBTQ and they're worried about their sexual health or something? I mean, what do you do if you go to a doctor, for example, and they're a little bit homophobic or transphobic? And where are your avenues of... Can you complain about them? Can you seek help elsewhere? Or
I think it's really sad that the NHS, which is a nationwide organisation, is so different depending on where you are. We're very lucky in London. We have a lot of great services, particularly for things like trans people, which you won't get outside big cities. And the experience of people outside such big cities is very, very different. And things are changing within the NHS. It is a bit of an archaic organisation sometimes, but there is a movement to be a lot more inclusive and to think about things like the experiences of other people as well, not just be so heteronormative in its approach, which it has been for such a long, long time. For example, a lot of people may not realise that if you're trans, if you're female to man trans, you still need to think about, depending on what your stage you are, you may still have a cervix, you probably still need cervical screening. And some GPs may not realise that, some patients may not realise that. And likewise, if you're male to female and you've got a prostate, then eventually you may have to think about something like that in the future. So we are waking up to these kinds of issues a bit more. There are pockets of really good practice around the country, particularly in big cities. People are starting to set up special clinics, people are starting to set up special services, and the charity sector does a huge amount. So if you are stuck in St Elsewhere's and your GP or doctor, your local health services just don't get you, there is probably someone on a national level that will be able to help out, that you can get in touch with, that can either supply a service to you directly, point you in the right direction, or maybe even get in touch with your local services and say, maybe we need to set something up. We are, for a lot of people that will be worried about going to doctors, we are getting better at this. We're not perfect, we're not great, we tend to lag behind the rest of society, but things are changing.
As we start to wrap up, I want to go back to what you spoke about earlier. Is that a lot of our first queer sexual experiences are through porn. And porn has it's this flip-sided coin again of fantasy versus fetishization. And it's something we all engage with, or most of us engage with, through a fantasy element or something. But it can also be quite troublesome.
At the Vagina Museum, we have to talk about online porn a lot because it's like such a pervasive part of our culture at the moment, and especially online free porn. It's completely changed the way our society works. So, for example, teenage pregnancies have been going down, and one of the leading theories of this is because we're at home masturbating instead of going off into the woods and having sex with our friends at school. It's true. But it's
to the woods.
Or at school.
Isn't that where you did it? I don't know. But the problem is online free porn has a very skewed version of what sex is like. It's often not very realistic. So, for example, one of our board advisors, she's a gynecologist. Her 11-year-old son came to her and was like, "Mum, can I ask you a question?" She's like, "Of course, honey, ask me anything." And he says, "When I go on a first date with a girl, will she want me to do anal sex on her?"
Oh.
Yeah. And she had to be like, maybe hold her hand first, you know. But there's like a huge rise of people going to hospital with anal prolapses and things like that because they're going straight to anal because it's what they see on porn. Labiaplasties have increased 500% on the NHS. So labiaplasty is when you have surgery to make your inner lips on your vulva smaller. And the Royal College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists has said that the major factor in this is a skewed representation of vulvas in popular media, they mean porn, they're just too afraid to say it.
Not the Daily Mail on Sunday.
And it's had a huge effect on our society, and we have to talk about it, because the average age of seeing online porn for the first time in this country is now 8.
Oh my God,
Yeah.
wow.
And so if we don't talk about it, if we don't talk
Yeah.
about what sex is supposed to look like, and especially queer sex, they will be learning it, our kids will be learning it from the
Should
internet.
porn be restricted? There was a big conversation last year and it nearly was restricted.
Yeah.
Do you think, from your professional standpoint, should it, be blocked? Should you have to pay to access it? And
I think the difficulty is not whether you have to pay for it, but what is the system. So when this is happening, the only industry organization that was invited to sit on that panel was MindGeek, who is the company that owns all of online free porn, Brazzers, YouPorn, RedTube, all of those. And if they're the only industry representative on that panel, they're going to end up having a monopoly. And also they wanted us to submit some kind of ID to prove that you were over 18, and I don't think it's going to be necessarily the best way.
Well, interesting, what the research shows is that when kids watch porn, which is what everybody panics about, when young people watch porn, their first reaction isn't fascination or anything, it's actually fear. It's actually scared. They don't quite understand what's going on. So it isn't about, we cannot control the medium. The medium is massive. And I would say that putting age restrictions on porn may potentially be damaging, because porn for some people is their sex education. That is how they explore who they are and get to know who they are, what they do and don't like. I'm not saying there's not bad sides of porn, and there's a lot of skew that happens, which is, I completely agree with what you're saying on that. What we need to do is give young people coping mechanisms and instructions and guidance on how to deal with what they're watching. If we watch bad films on TV, there's a lot of stuff on telly, there's a lot of crap on telly, we don't then say, oh, we have to regulate everything that's on telly to make sure it is educational and amazing and incredible. No, what we say to our young people is that you realize that's telly, right? It's not real.
Yeah.
That's not real life. This is what we need to be teaching young people, is actually learn how to differentiate porn from reality. And actually, if you see something that you're worried about and doesn't make sense to you, speak to somebody about it and realize that is not the real world. That's where we're failing. We're not failing on
dummies.
Hey, porn for dummies.
I think that's really true, though. It's so sex in general is just so stigmatized that causes a problem, and actually we need to just destigmatize it so that it's talked about in a really natural way. And you mentioned douching earlier, but I think that's such an important thing to talk about, because we're so ashamed of the fact that when you have sex with someone, if you're doing anal, there might be some kind of extra.
sex is messy,
but it's
isn't it?
messy. Sex is meant to be messy.
Sex is messy. It's not meant to be clean. You're not supposed to walk away from it and be antibacterially wipe-free and germ-free. You get in there, whether you're having anal sex or other forms of sex, it's not the cleanest experience. It's sweaty, it's messy, and you, at least if you're doing it properly, surely, you should be.
But it should be enjoyable, and I think that's one of the main things that needs to happen.
Well, the joy is something that we would need to finish on, because, gay sex, obviously, we mentioned before, a lot of us learn about our sex through porn. We have to discover it ourselves because we're not taught about it other than through the lens of reproduction. So, for years, gay sex has been demonized, lesbian sex and trans sex has been fetishized. How do we move forward? What is good queer sex for us, for everybody? You first.
Why me first?
What do you look for in a good queer sexual experience?
What do I look for in a good queer sexual experience? Oh, just someone who'll talk to you would be quite nice, wouldn't it? A drink beforehand, that would be quite good. I think no matter, as James said, it's important that we don't demonize sex, and we have to be very careful about how we stigmatize it and different types of sex, and shaming people for whatever reason is unacceptable. Your sexual experience is what it means to you, and it's different for different people. There is no one blanket rule for everyone. So as long as you're happy and comfortable and having a good time, and it's not illegal, that's pretty much it. That is the basics. As long as you're not hurting anyone, it's not illegal, and you're having fun, boom, there you go.
Charlie? What's good queer sex?
Oh, can I bring it back to the question that was just asked before, slightly, because I don't know how to answer that question because I've not had it in about 4 years. But I would say that the porn industry needs to do a bit better in the porn that they're putting out. I don't think porn should be stopped or restricted or whatever. I think we do need to understand and help kids understand that it is not reality. But for example, just like you don't see the woman come during sex, you don't see, or like for example, trans porn is called tranny porn. That shouldn't be allowed.
Yeah.
It's not called faggot porn. It's called, that would be so offensive. It just shouldn't be allowed, because if that's the first way most men who are interested in me engage with me, they're calling me a tranny, not even realizing they're being rude. They're like, oh, I've always wanted to be with a tranny. I'm like, baby, you need to.
So what do you look for in like what do you want to leave when you have a sexual experience and a sexual encounter?
The reason I bring it back to porn is because it's most people's first, especially for a trans person, people's first engagement with trans people, trans sex. And I think that if the porn is better, the sex will be better. And the same for women. Like if the woman was shown coming, boys would know you have to do that, because that's how they're learning to do anal every time, 11-year-olds. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I think porn needs to be better and then sex will be better.
What's a good sexual experience?
I think good queer sex is, the key to it is what the key is to all good sex, which is communication. It's like absolutely every single thing in sex can be resolved with communication, being clear and open. And I personally find it really hard. I find it especially in bed when I'm like, oh, I want to like look pretty all the time and I hope they're enjoying it. For me to say, oh, actually, don't do that or do this is really, really hard, but I realize I'm never gonna, like they're not gonna read my mind.
I think there's this expectation that sex should always be amazing.
Yeah.
And it should always be the best sex ever. And actually sometimes it can just be two bodies together, enjoying each other, being intimate and touching each other and being physically responsive. It doesn't need to be mind-blowing every single time.
And if
or does it?
but also if it's okay to laugh and it's okay to have fun, and if things go badly, you know, it's fine. It's like, it's not the end of the world, you know.
And not all sex is great sex. It's not. Like you said, it doesn't have to be mind-blowing, because often it isn't mind-blowing.
James, what's good queer sex for you?
Isn't it?
Maybe that's just my skewed experience.
Call me after. No, I think for me, actually, it's trust and also love. And you don't have to be in love with someone to love them. And we all need to love each other as humans. So it's a respect thing, I think. Because you can do anything in bed if you want, as long as the other person wants to do it too. And we do watch a lot of porn, or I do. And I think we can, and I've definitely done this, tried to sort of recreate porn in sexual experiences, whether it's choking or spitting or whatever. And I think it's fine to do those things as long as the other person also wants to do that.
Consensual.
So for me, it's about consent and being happy and respecting the other person as much as you respect yourself.
We need to start to wrap up. I just want to end on an incredible quote from Margaret Cho, the great Margaret Cho. She said, it's one of the great things about sexuality. It can bring us closer than maybe other forms of communication can't. Because sexuality is such an intimate thing to us. It communicates with your body, with your voice, with all your senses are involved. And it's such a wonderful thing that I don't think we prioritize just that degree of intimacy that it delivers each time. So, on that note, as we wrap up, because I've got people telling me in my ear that we have to close up, I just want to say there's Attitude magazines out by the Dean Street, the incredible 56 Dean Street booth out the corner. If you all want to go and grab one, you can. We've got a video coming up with Attitude magazine where we interview drag queens to ask them about their identity and how drag sets them free. And then we're going to move on to the incredible Glamru, who is one of our columnists and all-round fantastic, fabulous person, author, performer, and just heaven sent. Go forth, copulate, be consensual, be polite, be kind, be generous, and have fun.
Drag has shaped my identity because it's given me access to parts of myself that I might never have discovered before.
I went to Manchester Metropolitan. I did contemporary arts, so I met a lot of art-focused people. One of my close friends basically explained to me the concept of gender non-binary person, a person outside of the gender binary, somebody who might sit in between the two or outside of the whole concept. And it was like a light coming on. It was like suddenly I made sense. Suddenly I fit somewhere. I felt so much more like a human being. Whereas before I just felt like an alien.
I remember the first time I performed in full drag in front of a huge audience, and this kind of amazing energy and power kind of swept through me. And it was the first time that I really felt like, oh my God, I am amazing. And this is what I want to do. And this is a power that I had no idea was within me. It's amazing.
Drag's definitely helped shape my identity, just as an artist especially, being able to combine all the things I love doing, like singing and acting and comedy and being a general fool, kind of combine that into one thing and turn it into this gorgeous woman.
I don't think Adam is a reflection of me at all. I think Adam is a reflection of an idea of maleness and masculinity that I've found fascinating. Adam is definitely rooted in my understanding of myself. I think it's about being able to express masculinity or a maleness that I have naturally in myself, that I have to dampen down to fit in more in society, and it's about releasing that to its extreme.
When I'm performing, it kind of depends on what I'm doing. If I'm singing like a very kind of emotional, big old ballad, that's majority of the time it's Daniel kind of is singing that. But if I'm doing something really hilarious or comedy or just something really foolish, that's definitely Vinegar through and through, you know. The clown of London is here.
It's really interesting when you dress up and present yourself in a certain way that you suddenly become able to live as that character in a different way. And when you dress up in that character enough times, eventually you can do that without all the costume. And you can live that fully realized version of yourself even when you're not wearing funeral attire.
Drag is really kind of the forefront of a story, but it's not necessarily the story. The story is about a person who has a dream, who has an ambition. I think it's definitely given me more confidence to be a queer person. I'm from a generation where if you were queer, it was a bad thing. If you were gay, it's a bad thing. It's taken me a long time to kind of go, okay, I'm accepting all this, the scene, accepting the culture, and accepting the community that I'm part of.
I actually changed my name yesterday by default. That was quite exciting. I got married last year, so I decided to make some changes. So yeah, I got on an X on my everything.
I think drag is amazing because it really highlights how arbitrary the rules are that society places on gender. I'm wearing a dress and I've got long hair and I've got loads of makeup on, but all of these things are things that a man could do just as easily. And we have decided that this is female and this is feminine, but it's based on absolutely nothing. Doing drag helps you realize that actually the boundaries between male and female are much less rigid than we would like to believe as a society.
I think that drag is a commentary on how we see gender, so it'll change with the times, as will I personally, and any other drag performer who involves themselves in that movement.
Please welcome to the stage the wonderful performer that is Glamru.
Hello, Wembley. Oh, sorry, it's a force of habit. I'm quite used to doing stadium gigs at the moment.
I get Toad's emotion. I get go-kart emotion. I get Takeshi's Castle emotion. I get so emotional, ain't it shocking what God can do? Thank you, Madison Square Garden.
Yay! Can we make some noise for Glamroo?
Glamroo!
Bye! Not a lot of people know this, but Glamroo is my mother and birthed me through that eye. That is the power of Glamroo. Can we have another round of applause, please?
How are we all doing, Student Pride? Are you good?
Energy, please, once more. Because we've got something very, very, very special. We have our last proper, legit, kind of serious panel of the day coming up for you. We are joined by Titans
of the world.
Evan Davis, Lady Phil, and Dustin Lance Black for a very special live recording of the National Student Pride podcast, Queer AF. Tell us more about that, James Barr.
If you've not heard Queer AF before, it's a podcast that gives students often their first opportunity to work in a media environment. There's some incredible episodes. They're in a new season right now, and it is a genuinely incredible listen.
And
One
it
of the
was very
biggest
exciting.
ones.
Yeah, this was very cool. So this year, a non-binary broadcaster called Jacob Edwards used the footage that they had made with Queer AF to get a spot on Radio 1 over Christmas. And Jacob became the first non-binary DJ that we know of to present on Radio 1, which is a huge achievement.
It's massive. So give a big round of applause to everything that Queer AF has done for us all.
If you don't subscribe to Queer AF, get your tiny devices out and subscribe now. What are you waiting for? Global warming, the world might end tomorrow.
That's so dark.
Subscribe now.
What a hard sell.
Hard sell.
That's what we're here for, guys.
But if you have any questions or queries about Queer AF, we have a short video that's going to explain it all.
Yeah, okay. Let's
Take
do
it away, kids.
Why do I always end up with the sex-themed podcast?
Hashtag Queer AF is back for season 4, with more LGBT plus reporters than ever, like Rosa from Bristol.
I have a confession to make. I don't really feel queer AF, even though I've always fancied girls and people across the gender spectrum. I just managed to believe that because I also fancied boys, it didn't count.
Jacob from Manchester.
I want to go deeper into my personal life than ever before.
Rory from Dublin.
That's why it's still so hard for me to fathom wandering to a tube station at 5 a.m. high on drugs I'd been forced to take. I was living a real-life nightmare.
Eve from Leeds.
You said that Granny wasn't necessarily surprised that you'd lived a heterosexual life, and at this point, obviously, you were divorced from a dad. I guess you learned from that experience and helped me come to terms with whatever we were going through during that phase of life.
With more stories about love.
Yeah, slid into the DMs and then the rest is history.
Dating.
Every time I'm either dating or in a relationship.
I really like dating. I love women. I love sex. I feel like I'm at an AA meeting.
And working out just who the hell we are.
I have been in 3 relationships, 2 of those with men and 1 with a woman. Identifying as pansexual, gender doesn't matter to me, but it seemed to have mattered a lot more to other people than it should have.
Hashtag Queer AF, the podcast from National Student Pride. When you listen, you support the students, graduates and LGBT plus reporters we mentor to build their audio portfolio. In return, they tell you beautifully produced queer stories. I'm Jamie Wareham, and we're back in your podcast feed where you can get us for free every Monday from Jan 27th with a different LGBT plus reporter. Subscribe now on Spotify, Apple and podcast apps everywhere. We are hashtag Queer AF, and so are you.
Hello, welcome. Welcome to the main stage here. Welcome if you're watching at home on the live stream. Welcome to the Queer AF podcast, special live edition of that. I am incredibly pleased to be here. I'm Evan Davis. I'm a BBC broadcaster. I host the PM programme on Radio 4 each afternoon at 5 o'clock. Please join me there. I'm an ambassador for National Student Pride. I'm very proud to be attached to it. And for this half hour, we have two of the most thoughtful and well-connected names in the LGBTQ+ world. They campaign, they get things done, and what I want to do for this half hour is for us to discuss where we are and where we're going. So we're loosely calling it What Next for the LGBTQ+ community and communities. A lot has happened in recent years. Battles fought, battles won. There are still battles to be fought, and there are still battles to be won. So this is a good chance to take stock with two of the best names in the business. Let me introduce them. Nearest to me, Lady Phil. Some of you will have seen her on the women's panel earlier. Phil Opoku-Jima, co-founder and director of Black Pride, which has become a mega phenomenon, and an executive director of a group called Kaleidoscope. And we're going to hear more about that later. Lady Phil, you're not a lady in the Baroness sense. You turned down an MBE, actually, didn't you? Just tell us what the thinking was. They write you a letter and say, we're going to make you an MBE, and you said, no, I don't want it.
Right. Evan's put me on the spot. Yeah, I didn't think that was going to be a question, so thank you, Evan. So, do any of you know what an MBE is? Yeah, so it's the member of the British Empire. And when I was approached and nominated for it, this word empire comes with what I see as a very toxic legacy. And given that I work with people who I serve, who are black and brown people of different generations, who have experienced discrimination to a greater or lesser degree in their countries, being LGBT people, whereby they're tortured, persecuted, I couldn't possibly accept anything that elevated itself over the people I serve. So I said to the Queen, thank you, but no thank you. From one queen to another, obviously.
And that's when everyone started calling you Lady Phil, is that right? So you became a Lady Phil. Okay, sitting next to Lady Phil, Dustin Lance Black, hardly needs any introduction. Oscar-winning screenwriter, great friend of National Student Pride, most famous for Milk, J. Edgar, these are movies you might have seen. Almost as famous for his family life with husband, who you might have heard of as a diver called Tom Daley, and now increasingly famous, their child, Robbie Black Daley. And Lance, are you basically now living in London? Is that what I take?
Yeah, for like half a decade now.
Yeah.
I think about 5 years.
But you go back to the States all the time, presumably.
Sure. I'm getting the easy questions.
No, well, I'm about to ask you the harder one.
Right, there's like a softball pitch there. Yes, I go back to LA a good bit.
So just compare and contrast in 30 seconds.
Sure.
This is only the introduction.
All right.
Compare and contrast LGBTQ+ rights and status in the US and in the UK.
Oh, well, I mean, it's in many ways, even in the United States where we have made such great strides for equality, we still look to the UK as our beacon of hope. That's the truth. Because in the United States, one of the problems is we do not have federal protections when it comes to housing and employment. So your rights, if you drove from Los Angeles to Miami or to New York and you cross the country, your rights as an LGBTQ person are going to change every time you cross a state line. Which to me, that kind of checkerboard nation is not equality. That means there's some areas where you're free and some areas where you're not free. Now, for the most part in the UK, that is not true. I know that there are some places that still need some catching up. But for the most part, you cannot be fired or kicked out of your home for being gay. And in the majority of the United States, you still can.
Right. Okay, we might come back to that comparison. What I just want to start with, because both of you are very prominent people, I would even go as far as to say you may be inspirations to the audience. I want to know just a little bit of personal history. We'll start with you, Lance, okay? A little piece of personal history that made you what you are in terms of being an activist, a campaigner, not just being, you know, queer, gay, living the life, but actually leading from the front.
Well, I mean, it's twofold for me. It's watching my mother's experience and then living in mine. I'll start with my mom. My mom was paralyzed from polio from 2 years old on. She could not move anything from the chest down. She had severe scoliosis, so she looked very, very different. And she was judged every time she stepped out of the house. This is a woman who was told she would never fall in love, never have an education, never have a job, would just live off the government her whole life. And I watched her disprove that, get an education and retire running one of the most esteemed labs in the United States of America, where the President of the United States goes for care. Now, she was being judged for how she looked, not by the content of her character and her mind and her soul and her strength. And that burned me up inside. So I think watching her is what gave me a sense of what justice ought to be. And then, of course, I'm this queer kid born in San Antonio, Texas, which is very conservative, in the Mormon church, which is incredibly conservative, right? And in a military home, which is very conservative. So from the age of 6, when I first had a crush on the boy down the street, I knew what I was because I had words for it, right? Some kids growing up don't know what they are because they don't have words for some time. I knew I was, I think I can't say a lot of these words because this is streaming, but I knew I was a lot, you know, I knew I was a faggot. I knew I was a sinner and a deviant. I knew I was going to hell. I knew that at the time I was a criminal, and if anyone found out, I would very likely be put into a medical situation where I might have gone through electroshock therapy, or at the very least conversion therapy. And conversion therapy's #1 outcome is suicide. So growing up with that experience, of course, because I was lucky enough to survive, I don't want other kids ever going through it. We got to put a stop to it. And as a student of history, I had a window into what some of those solutions might look like, how we've solved some of these things in the past when confronted with injustice. And if you are out at sea and someone falls over the boat and you got a life preserver, you have a responsibility to use it. And I tell my agents that every time I turn down a job to do something like this.
Okay. Lady Phil, what about you?
So I think that's really interesting, and I didn't know that about your mother. For myself, I think just by virtue of being born black in Britain, a period where we're talking about racism and fascism, which were very, very prevalent, it wasn't about my sexuality or sexual identity or orientation. It was a period at which, when I was in Enfield Town, and I was about 10 years old, and there was a group of NFs, which is called the National Front, marching and parading down the street. And I was with my friend called Hayley, and Hayley was blonde hair, blue eyes, and we had this little old dear woman. She came with her tartan trolley, which I'll never forget, and she said, if I was you, I would get in that shop front. And I said, why? She said, because the people coming down don't like your sorts.
Get out the way, basically.
Get out the way. And it was from then that I recognized that my experience to Hayley's would be very different. But then fast forward that, and I make a point about mentioning the race factor because it's a very real lived experience of what I go through day to day, is when I did come out, you know, I have a 25-year-old daughter. Yes, we can stop for a moment. I look so good, right? Evan, we're going to try that again. I look so good, right?
No, honestly, I'm less than a foot away, and there is not a line on this face.
Oh,
I love what she said.
I'll record you. I'll pay you later. But you know, really, when I did come out, and as somebody who conformed to what society said should be man and a woman together. I come from a very religious background. My mother is the sort of hyacinth bouquet of Ghana. You know, she is really on the ball about this is wrong, that is wrong. When I came out, it was very much, I've sinned, I've hurt people, I've brought shame on the family, and I had to be busy being black and busy being queer. I had to find out where my spaces were. I had to find out how I coexist or even reconcile my faith, belief, religion with the fact that I'm a black woman in society who is often marginalized, not often, who is marginalized. So I had to deal with double whammy, triple whammy factors of my own identities and how they played out in several different institutions, whether it was working, whether it was school, whether it was just society at large. So my activism took shape from how my life had taken shape.
So your personal journey, in a way.
My personal journey is prominent.
Right. I mean, I'm really interested. Let's start a kind of conversation about where we are by just talking about how far we've come. I mean, for each of you, you've seen a lot change, right, in your lifetime, as far as LGBTQ+ respect, legal rights. I just wonder what you think the kind of landmark, the biggest thing what's been the thing that sort of sticks out as being, wow, I didn't think that would happen, or that really did change something? What would it be, each of you?
I mean, for me, but I have I was a part of this, so my impression of it is from my perspective, but it was winning marriage equality at the federal level, meaning the entire nation in the United States.
Supreme Court.
At the Supreme Court. And that was not something almost anyone in the LGBTQ movement in America thought was possible within our lifetime. I was a part of it. I'm bragging a little bit, but it was 4 of us who decided to sue the state of California in federal court, following in the footsteps of civil rights movements before us that showed us that that's how you have to do it, is demand the full thing, not crumbs, not equality in this state, this city, that city. And in fact, it sent this message we didn't anticipate working, but I should have, because my good uncle in Texas, I can just hear his voice saying now, Lancer, like, why are you out there just demanding equality in California? You're demanding crumbs, you must think awfully low of yourself. And I realized that by finally demanding the full thing, similar to standing up to the bully in a schoolyard fight, even though you know you're going to get your tail whooped, that by demanding the full thing, we had won the respect of people we never thought we would win their respect. And we watched how the numbers changed in the United States from a majority opposed to marriage equality to a majority in favor of marriage equality by the time we got to the Supreme Court. And of course, then we won the cases we needed to win to get there. Yeah. I will say it's unexpected because, yes, it was a celebration, but it was also kind of out of order. Let's be honest. I still think the thing we probably needed first was to make sure we were safe in our homes and our jobs. So we won marriage equality before we won the right to have a home or a job. And here's why I think that's actually dangerous, and it might speak to where we need to go around the world, which is I think the most dangerous part about not having housing and employment education, yes, it means you might lose your job and you might lose your home, but what it really means is you and your children and your family members are afraid that that might happen, so you're not out there sharing your story. You're not out there in an open fashion, dispelling the myths and the lies and the stereotypes of who we are. You're not able to be that critical piece of our movement, that narrative piece of our movement which changes hearts and minds. And that is what I'm shocked we got marriage equality first. I'm pleased that we did, but I actually think we now have to go back.
Right, go back
and start
I have
again.
to say, marriage equality would be the one I would pick, just because I would never have conceived it, never ever conceived it. Indeed, I would have laughed at you when I was 20 if you'd told me that it would be in my lifetime. I
never thought I was going to get married.
I
would have laughed at you.
Couldn't conceive.
So I want to just touch on this marriage equality, and I will tell you what I believe is a great achievement. But I work with amazing trailblazing activists around the world. And whilst I am absolutely for marriage equality, like you said, they are fighting for their lives. So marriage equality is not the end goal for them, because when you think about it, when you're tortured, persecuted, and killed just by virtue of loving somebody who you choose to love, dead people can't get married. And that, for me, is something that rings true with the work that I do with Kaleidoscope Trust. You have to be able to fertilize the ground so laws protect people so that they can access health, water, they can make sure that they've got land. But you know, you're absolutely right, it's great and it's something to triumph about, but I keep on saying dead people cannot get married.
What would you say? I mean, is there something you would cite, Lady Phil, that you'd say that was like amazing?
Absolutely, there are so many achievements, you know, from Botswana, decriminalization, where they are free to be who they are. However, there's still a lot of work to be done. But if I bring it back to home, I would say one of the greatest achievements that I've seen for queer people of color, black people in this country is UK Black Pride. UK Black Pride has created a space for people to be, to celebrate, to have chosen family, to look at the various intersections at where it meets, whether they are Muslim, whether they are trans people, whether they are migrants, refugees. It's a place of celebration, but it's a place where we challenge not only homophobia, biphobia, transphobia, but we also challenge systemic and structural racism that exists. And to be told, because we will be 15 years this year, to be told 15 years ago that you will never have a black pride in this country, when you tell me no, my ancestors speak through me and they say yes, and that's why we have 10,000 people at our pride celebrating.
And it's got bigger and bigger. I have watched it getting bigger. I'm just going to mention something, because actually there's a thing called the British Social Attitude Survey. It's the same questions largely every year, going back to 1983. In 1983, people were asked what they thought of same-sex relationships, and they were given the option, they're not wrong at all, i.e. fine. In 1983, 17% thought they were fine. And last year it was 2/3, 67%. There's been a real change over the years. Okay, there's still a third who come in one of the other boxes, but 2/3 say it's fine. Right, what's next? What is the big one? Lady Phil. So first focus on the UK, because we'll come back to Kaleidoscope and its work around the world. UK, what's the challenge? What remains?
Okay, so there's so much to do. And sometimes people often think I'm angry, and I'm not. I'm just assertive and I'm passionate about the injustice that is happening. I mentioned on the women panel that we have to show solidarity to one another, and we have to understand that, you know, your struggle is my struggle and my struggle is your struggle. But when you have in this country hostile environments whereby black and brown people are being deported after the Windrush, which some of them happen to be queer people, when you have Muslim siblings having their hijabs ripped off of them, when you have people who are not able to speak freely or even access or reach a certain level in the workplace because of that structural and systemic racism that exists, I think that that's what we need to look at. When you have the toxic and polarizing debate around our trans siblings' lives, that is what we have to deal with next. And it's not going to happen if we don't self-organize, but it's also not going to happen if we are sitting here time and time again saying, oh yes, it's terrible. We have got to actively come together and say, you know, I am going to stand up with you. When you are holding a Black Lives Matter placard, I'm going to be stood shoulder to shoulder, side by side with you. Because I can't do this by myself. The black community can't do it by itself. The queer community can't do it by itself. Or I should say communities can't do it by itself. Women cannot do it by themselves. So we have to actively and meaningfully engage. There's something that I heard from a man called Bissy Alamy. He talked about allies is great, but there's something about social disruptors. And when you disrupt the status quo, when you start looking at what needs to be dismantled, when you start looking at class and socioeconomic, all of the other factors come into play. And I think that, I know that's what has to be done. We cannot look at things in isolation. Yes, our international siblings, it has an impact on what we do here. Yes, equal marriage, we have to support that as well, in its right space. Yes, decriminalization, but we also have to think about decriminalization of sex workers, people who are living a certain life, but we have to think about youth homelessness, poverty, all of that comes into play. So I get
You're
carried
busy.
away,
yeah.
and I am passionate
No,
about
I don't think
it.
you're carried away at all. I think you're on. Sorry.
No, it's fine.
I think what you're talking about is the key to queer political power. It is the key to being able to pass the legislation that will make us all safe, change the society in ways that make us all safe, and create equal opportunity. And it just takes a good look at history to see that the times in which the us's, as my hero Harvey Milk called them, people who are treated differently under the law and by society, not just queer, he wasn't just talking about LGBTQ people, but that the us's have to form coalitions that are then politically powerful, right? Because no minority or politically disenfranchised group can win at the ballot box alone, like you were just saying.
I'm going to interrupt because I think that I want people to know here today something that Lance did.
Keep the mic close to your mic.
Yeah, okay, it's a bit, bit challenging, but yeah, I try. But something that Lance did is when this panel, this conversation with Evan was taking place, the first thing that he said is, I want Lady Phil to be in conversation with us. Do you know what that meant for me? And, I don't want to get overly emotional, but when you are a black woman in society that is often sidelined and somebody uses their privilege as a white cis gay man to say, you know what, I'm going to create space because this is not about me. He has used what's his power and his privilege to make sure that I have my voice heard here. And that is what's next. That is what needs to happen, because without that, we can't build the coalition.
She's going to make me cry. You're going to make me cry.
Thank you.
Very, very interesting. Okay, but Lance, I'm going to challenge you slightly.
Please.
Because if you create a rainbow coalition, and solidarity clearly really important, is the experience from the US, maybe from here, that is still not going to be enough? Is the experience that what you need to do is you need to talk to people in the shires, you need to talk to...
Yes, but you reach... Yes, of course.
So it's got to go way beyond, if you like, the marginalized groups, because you'll end up with a conversation to each other.
I'll use it,
and you need more than that.
Let me use an example, because I don't want you to... There are plenty of queer people and people who are being treated differently under the law and by society, women out in the shires. So I don't know what you mean. The us's are everywhere. So I have a million of these examples, but what it usually means is LGBTQ people showing up for others. This is not about just begging other people to show up for us. One of the great examples, I'll start with Milk and then I'll go to me. Milk did not get elected because queer people voted for him. There weren't enough, even in the districts he was running in. How did he do it? He stood up for the union beer drivers in California and made all the gays stop drinking Coors beer until they agreed to pay a living wage to those union drivers. And and Coors fell from #1 to like #10 and has never climbed its way back. And guess what? Those union boys still vote yes on LGBTQ issues today. That's how he did it. He also went to the Chinese community in San Francisco and said, we're going to make sure that the ballot is in Chinese, so you're not being alienated from the ballot. When we were fighting for marriage equality and equality in the United States, Utah, home of my people, Mormon people, who had financed the anti-gay marriage initiatives, the people in Utah said, we want to win some of these votes and push equality forward in a place like Utah. I'm like, good luck. That's about as red, and it's different in America, as conservative as you can get. How are you going to do it? You know what they did? They have these LGBTQ groups, right? And they're very diverse, right there in the middle of Salt Lake. They put on their biggest rainbow jackets, scarves, buttons, all of that, and waited for the first snowfall, and went down to the seniors' communities and started shoveling their driveways. They didn't have to be asked, they just did it. And when those seniors came out of their home and said, "My goodness, thank you, but what is it that you want?" They said, "Nothing. We want you to know that we exist in your community." That's it. And guess what? Salt Lake City is the first red state to ever pass non-discrimination legislation. You can't get fired for being gay in Utah. You cannot lose your job or your home in Utah. And in fact, they just were the 19th state to ban conversion therapy. Did it happen because they were saying, "Hey, Mormon seniors, come help us"? No, they went out and got busy and shoveled some damn driveways. Right? What is it that you can do for other groups that are in need? And guess what? I don't care where you live, even if it's in the Shire. I don't quite know what that even means. But there are people in need, and queer folks can go help those people and rebuild the coalitions. I love that as an LGBT person in our very diverse community, that we are all trying to figure out how very different we are, how differently we're treated, right? Our very different needs. And it is true, I have far more privilege than you do, or that some of our trans brothers and sisters do. But at the end of the day, we have to come back together. Investigate your differences. It is valuable and it will help guide your work. But you do not win a prize at the end of the day for proving you were treated worse. I wish you did, but you don't. It is not the discrimination Olympics. What is hard but must be done is, once you know what you need to change, is you have to reach out to other people and build those bridges and build those coalitions in strong fashions so you can win even at the ballot box.
That's a very, very interesting set of examples. We don't have a lot of time. Lady Phil, I'd love you to just respond to that. Those examples, really interesting, and they're examples about a generosity of spirit, really, of getting outside your box.
So in my day job, outside of UK Black Pride, I'm the executive director of Kaleidoscope Trust, as you mentioned. Kaleidoscope Trust is an organization which seeks to embrace a world where LGBT plus people around the world are free from discrimination. So what we do from the perspective of being from the global north and going into global south countries in the region of Africa, Asia, Caribbean, Pacific, we are, one, taking our expertise and knowledge, but also recognizing our privilege from the global north, because even I have to check my privilege. And we're going into countries which some may call hostile environments, but we call it where there are colonial era laws that reside in those countries. And trying to look at various ways of removing discriminatory laws which do not allow people access to health, water, to education, clean sanitation, women's rights as well. And we come together in a way where we're looking at the money which the governments give, which is about, you know, whether it's from Theresa May made a deep regret for the colonial era laws that existed in various countries, and that deep regret, some interpreted it as an apology. It was a way of acknowledging why we have very, very different and disproportionate impact of laws that happen in, let's take St. Lucia, for example. Let's take Uganda. In fact, let's take Uganda. We've got Uganda where people are being arrested, beaten up, tortured, put in prison, and have no right to any legal justice or access because it's illegal to be LGBT in that country. So building the coalitions is us working with Global South organizations and making sure that we can do our bit, because most of these colonial era laws came from Britain. And it's recognizing that, and in doing that, Kaleidoscope Trust ensures that it works with diplomats, high commissioners, other governments to look at our entry points at having the initial discussions around changing laws. But not just legal reform, which legal reform is the end game, but it's all of the parts at the bottom which allow people access to justice. And that is the coalition building that we do. And for me, I feel absolutely honored that I get to work for an organization which is changing hearts and minds, changing laws in countries so that whilst I recognize what's happening here, it's also about the freedoms and justice that people in the global south need to have too.
And there's a lot to be done. We need to finish. I'm just going to ask you each a last one. Whether you're, the world has changed a lot in the last 20 years. There have been some good things. There have been some not such good things for LGBTQ plus people. Are you, broadly speaking, optimistic for the next 20 years? Just a couple of sentences each. Do you think it's going in the right direction? I mean, United States is in the middle of a most incredible culture war lines. It's obviously...
I challenge the question because you're asking me to predict the future.
Yeah.
And what I'm going to say is the future is up to you guys out there in the audience right now. And I don't mean that in sort of a BS-y way. It truly is. Do you have a vision that looks better than where we are today? Can you see it in your head? Do you have at least one action you can take to make it possible? If I get most of the people, actually forget that. If I get even a small group of people in here nodding their head, yes, I'm hopeful. Because that's how you create the future. I mean, we must have hope. Hope is what fuels progress. So yes, we must.
Lady Phil, you get the last word.
I have hope, absolute hope, because I'm still sitting here today, whilst others are not. But I think that there's something, we're at Student Pride, and there's a lot of young people in this room. And I've always said, it's a saying that my mum has, you do not inherit this land from your parents. You borrow it from the next generation. So we need to be having the intergenerational conversation and supporting the next generation of leaders so that they can continue the good work, because it's not going to be over tomorrow.
And that is what we have started doing here. I think you've had some really, really interesting food for thought there. Let's thank our two guests, Lady Phil, Dustin Lance Black. Thank you both very much. Thanks. Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you.
Love you. We're going to grab a quick picture backstage, so just hold by there. How are you doing, Student Pride? Are you good? Don't forget to download and subscribe Queer AF podcast. Just search Queer AF on your podcast app. And if you're a fan of podcasts or live podcasts, Gino and I both have a podcast too.
If you like, as if you were born when Sex and the City was on television, but if you want to see a transgender woman and a gay man trying to answer Carrie Bradshaw's questions for the 21st century, may I recommend So I Got to Thinking podcast. It's utter filth. Enjoy.
And I host a gay and a non-gay. I'll let you guess which one I am. And we release every single Wednesday, and we've got a tour coming up, so we're hitting places all over the UK, including Brighton and London. It starts on the 22nd of March, and I left some flyers around, so hopefully we'll see you there. Right, we're going to be back in 10 minutes.
Very few minutes, 10 minutes. We just need to reset the stage for our grand finale. It's going to be carnage. Every year the finale is carnage. And if you ever thought to yourself, oh my gosh, I wish Bag of Chips was in a game show, you're about to see what that's going to be like.
Yeah, forget Snatch Game. This is even bigger. We are about to play Drag Chase with Bag of Chips. Are you guys ready? You don't sound ready enough. All right, stay there.
Go away. 10 minutes, do a wee, get a drink, and meet us back here, because it is going to be ridiculous. We haven't rehearsed. It's going to be ludicrous. Please join us again in 10 minutes. See you in a sec.
See you in a sec.
Bye.
What does perfect even mean? Is there even such a thing? Ooh, can we switch up all the rules?
alone. I feel the rain crashing down all around this empty town. I'm searching for the lost and found, but you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air like a blazing flare. Just stare 'cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I used to kiss your head when you cried for me. Hold your hand while the pain was over. Keep you warm by the roaring sea. You meant the world to me. My darling dear, you're never here. When I'm in pain, you hide and disappear. Like shadows in the atmosphere, charting the stratosphere. Yeah. I prayed for you and kept you near, in hopes you'd chase away my fears. I'm on my own, you made it so, and now I'm chasing nightmares through. I used to run with you through the great big leaves, laugh at you when you laugh at me. Hope for us because I believe the home was just you and me. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me.
Do you remember how you held me then? Now you got me reaching out. And do you see you got me falling in more times than I can get out. Down in the deep of my mind, I crawl for you and you're always inside. Down in the deep of my mind, how long do I got to keep you, to keep you? Down in the deep of my mind, I crawl for you and you're always inside. Down in the deep of my mind, trying so hard not to keep you, to keep you. you make me wanna talk back to you. Say it like that. If I hate you, then find someone new. Baby, but you know I never will. No, so I choke you down just like a pill. You like a
I can never ever find the right words, and there's no way this is real life. There's no telling you're the right girl, so I can only say that it feels right. It feels right, it feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. It feels right, it feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. Going with the gut, never had a doubt, felt like this is just a must. Put me in perspective, I'm the deepest in the cut. Everybody tuning in, but this is just for us now. We know I ain't ballin' yet, hoes wanna holler, oh no, I don't call them back. Girl, let me see you hold it down, we gon' have a blast. Cause I just wanna know what you gonna do with all of that. Ain't gotta say a word, I know what's up, you can have it all. Watch me rip it off, I'll admit it, you got me feeling hella loved. Even when it's going down, know that we gon' live it up. Young shot caller, always been a baller. Know that you the one, I can feel it in my heart. Yeah, I won't stop charging, we go and come harder. I can see you and I, way beyond the stars, girl. I can never ever find the right words, and there's no way this is real life. There's no telling you're the right girl, so I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. It feels
Hello.
Hello, everybody. And welcome to the drag chase. Great.
Thank you. My mum is so proud. Now, you're students. You're often at home at 5 o'clock watching ITV1, right? Of course. You do not watch Pointless. You watch
The Chase.
The Chase.
That's right.
So we thought, wouldn't it be amazing if we combined our two favourite things in the world, Bradley Walsh and drag queens.
From around the world.
From around the world. So the clever, clever minds at Student Pride have come up with
the Drag Chase.
Thank you. Okay.
It's a RuPaul's Drag Race themed quiz putting contestants against an expert.
That's right. But first of all, we need to introduce our contestants. But can we just first turn our attention to this piece of art?
This is our scoreboard.
I'm
As
going
you
to
can see-
rotate it because actually this is going to blow your mind.
Yeah.
I know these look like marble. They're cardboard.
No expense was spared on our Drag Chase scoreboard.
This was designed by David Hockney, the world-famous queer artist.
Yeah.
It was commissioned. It cost £13 million.
That's right.
And this piece of shit is what he came up with.
Yeah.
At 1:05. Oh, sorry, I just got told off for language.
All right, so
That's honestly like hearing God. It's
Juno's got an
amazing.
earpiece right now, everyone. It's very
So,
professional up here. So firstly, we're going to introduce our contestants who are going to compete against each other for the most points against our chaser. So our first contestant is amazing activist, Charlie Craggs.
Woo!
Welcome to the Drag Chase.
Our next contestant, you might know him from Channel 4 and E4's Shipwrecked, but also he's a fantastic musician in his own right as well. Please welcome to the stage, Kush Khanna.
Hi, babe. Next up, you might know her as Dancing Hermione. Please welcome our final contestant, Kelsey Ellison.
Right.
But before we start, we are going to need an expert. We need a chaser.
We've got one of the jobs to do. God's in my ear again. We are live streaming again, which is why I shouldn't have said a bad word for bad, disgusting people. We're live streaming. We are presently on Attitude's Facebook. We're on the Diva Facebook page, and we're on the National Student Pride Facebook page. We're just live streaming to the world. Hello, and thank you for joining us as well.
Thank you so much for joining us. Apologies for the swearing. Okay, so is everyone ready to meet our chaser? I think our chaser will make our competition much better.
Who could it be?
It's time to face the chaser.
Bag of chips!
So the three contestants, hi Bagger, how are you babes?
Oh, yeah, I don't need a mic.
No,
do
you're
I?
mic'd.
I was feeling very, very harsh, but now I'm feeling much better.
How are you feeling about much better at this stage, Bagger? Are people screaming it at you in the street at this point?
Oh, I could be in Lidl getting a turkey. I could be in Clone Zone getting some lube. It's just much better, much better, much better. But I do like it. I'm not
Good, good. We'll get back to you in 18 months and find out how you're doing with much better. Just go easy on a drag queen. They work very hard.
So our three contestants are going to face off individually against Bagger to score. Are you okay?
Are you quite well?
I feel like I'm on the waltzers.
I think maybe you got too much lube, babe. To score points on their drag race trivia. And then they're going to write their answers on whiteboards.
It's so high tech, Bagger.
Yeah.
I'm going to give you
Here are the
one now.
whiteboards.
Here we go.
And,
I watched it myself.
And you will only show us your whiteboards when instructed, okay? Have you got that, guys?
They can't see my
We're going to put you back to
No,
back. That's
so-
why we've got these spinny chairs. So you can't
Yep.
see each other. It's going
That's
to be
right.
very high tech.
So
No,
yeah, me too. It's like the voice.
they're going to need scoreboards as well.
I'm going to cheat for every
We're going to summon. So
Yeah.
here's what's going to Again, I did say it was going to be carnage. We're going to summon our contestants one at a time. They're going to come to our spinning chair. We're going to quiz our contestants. And then remember, please don't reveal your answers until we tell you. We like to be very in control of things. It helps my anxiety and mental
Yeah.
diseases.
No
Thank you.
cheating.
No
Be
cheating.
annoying. Just get on with it. Okay. So if they get the correct answer, we're going to hear this noise. If they get an incorrect question, if they get a question wrong, we'll hear this noise.
That'll be me. That's for me.
I like that one a lot.
I know.
That one sounds like a top.
And then we will get Bagger's answer as well and find out who scores. James, please explain the incredibly complicated scoring. This is a test for James now.
Wait. I've lost that cue card.
Okay, they're stuck together. They're held together by blue tack.
Okay.
If the contestant gets the right answer and Bagger gets the wrong answer...
2 points.
2 points. That's
2
what you
points.
want. You want to be right and you want her to be wrong.
That's what you need.
If the contestant gets the right answer and Bagger also gets the right answer, you
1
get
point.
1 point.
That's only 1 point. Okay.
And if you get the answer wrong...
0 points.
You
0
are very
points.
embarrassed and we all laugh at you.
Really, it will all make sense once we get to it.
Okay, 4 questions each, 3 contestants. It's time to face the chaser.
All right. Do you know, I will be keeping the scoreboard alive. I always feel like when you watch these game shows, it's the woman that's doing the scoring, so I thought I would do it today. We're going to subvert that gender
Subvert that. I'm not
wrongness.
quite sure what's happening with the scores. I think we're just going to move you up this grid thing.
That's
You're going to
right.
like move up like a Blue Peter appeal or something.
All right, first up, facing the chaser is Charlie Craggs. Chasing the Frock Destroyer.
Me.
It's Charlie Craggs.
Give
Come
her a
on
big round of
down.
applause. Okay, are you ready?
Ooh,
Question.
I like these boots.
ASOS,
Okay.
£20, guys.
Okay, backs to each other. There we go, no cheating. Look at this. This looks stylish,
Yeah.
doesn't it? Okay.
Question 1.
Question 1.
Do I have to write the number 1?
No.
No.
Oh, yeah.
Who was the first ever queen on RuPaul's Drag Race to rhyme home with home?
Wait, what?
Who was the first ever queen on RuPaul's Drag Race UK to rhyme home with home?
Oh, no.
You need to write an answer.
Have a guess. Have a guess.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
On the count of 3, Charlie, who was the first queen on RuPaul's Drag Race to rhyme home with home?
Bag of chips.
Charlie's saying bag of chips.
I'm afraid
Bagger.
that's the incorrect answer.
Bagger.
Oh, no.
And Bagger, the answer is...
Blue hydrangea.
Blue
It was
hydrangea.
Blue Hydrangea.
So, Charlie, that is 0 points.
Oh, my favourite number.
That's 0 points.
Okay.
Okay.
Question number 2. Contestants, please complete the catchphrase, I love long walks on the beach, blank blank, and blank blank. What are those blanks, please?
I love
Complete
long
the
walks on the
catchphrase.
beach, blank, blank, and blank, blank. That's 4 blanks.
It's actually 5, if you were good at your job.
No, it's not. It's 4.
Okay, oopsie.
I
but
love long walks on the beach, blank, blank, and
Oh, okay.
blank, blank.
I thought the and was a blank as well.
No, the and's
I take
not
that
blank.
back. Sorry, I'm getting a
Sorry.
bit excited.
I know one of them.
That's fine.
I take these 2 things
So,
very
Charlie,
seriously.
what's your answer?
Big dicks and fried chicken.
Yes! But did our chaser get it right too?
And Bagger, what have we got?
Big dick and fried chicken.
Also, I have to use
So
the
that
microphone.
is 1 point. 1
Okay.
point.
Well
Okay,
done,
so
Charlie. You're off the mark.
Alright,
Okay.
how many
Our
do I need?
next question.
Wait,
We are
moving on
going
now?
to a video. So do you want to turn your attention up to the big screen?
Hi, my name is LaFille and I'm from Sync the Pink, and my question for you is, Bob the drag queen says B.O.B. stands for what?
What does Bob stand for?
What does B.O.B. stand for?
B.O.B. Bob the drag queen. What does the B.O.B. stand for? Charlie, what are you saying?
Just 1 second.
Oh, wait,
Bagger's
sorry,
still
Bagger's finishing.
Come on, Bagger.
Okay, go on, Charlie, reveal your answer.
Well, Bob is also my middle name, and therefore I know it stands for Big Old Bottom.
Big Old
That's
Bottom.
the right answer.
Yeah.
Correct.
And Bagger, what have we got?
I said bald and beautiful.
That's incorrect.
That's an incorrect
so that means...
answer, Bagger. So that's 2 points, Charlie.
Round of applause for Charlie.
If my maths is right, that means you're now on 3.
Okay, and your final question, Ms. Charlie Craggs, is this. What nickname is Stacey Lane Matthews better known as?
Oh my God.
What nickname is Stacey Lane Matthews better known as?
Are we both ready?
1 second.
Always.
Okay, Charlie, what have we got?
Hanny.
Hanny, correct answer.
Hanny.
Correct answer. That's right.
Thank you.
And bag of chips, what have we got? Hanny is right.
Also
Also correct. Well done.
That means you get 1 point. So well done, Charlie. You are on 4.
Well done. Thank you very much, Charlie Craggs. You may return to our sofa.
Yay.
Thank you.
Woo, give it up for
Round of applause
Charlie.
for Charlie.
None of those answers.
Baggy, you look so menacing in this seat, like a villain. It's amazing.
Is Bob the drag queen at bottom?
I think so, yeah.
Sorry.
You learn something new every day.
Can we please have a round of applause for our second gorgeous contestant? It's Kirsch.
Woo! Welcome to the drag chase.
I thought it was multiple choice. I didn't know the answer to any of those questions. by the way.
Well, you may not do very well.
Okay.
But at least we'll get this over with quickly.
For Kirsch, for your first question, if you would like to swivel around, we have a VT for you again.
That was fun.
I got a difficult question for you coming up. In season 4 reunion, Willem appeared after his disqualification from the show, and he told Rue that his stickers were scented. But what was the smell?
What did Willem's stickers smell of? Filthy.
Okay, Kush, have you got an answer? I'm going to have to rush you.
Push
5,
an answer.
I don't know.
4, 3. Okay, Kush, please reveal your answer to the audience.
Balls.
Balls.
Okay, I'm afraid that's not the correct
No,
answer.
that is-
Bagger, what did you get?
Anus.
It wasn't Alaska, it was Willem. And because it would have been anus if it was Alaska. And the answer was, does anybody in the audience know? The stickers smelled of?
Stickers!
That's the
Both
right
of you are incorrect, so that's 0 points. 0 points. Question number 2. No tea, no shade, blank, blank, blank. No tea, no shade, blank, blank, blank.
Hey,
I
you
know
have
this
any-
one.
I'm just writing anything that rhymes.
That's way more than 3 blanks, Kush.
Oh. Oh, that doesn't even make sense.
What have you written?
I like maid. I just had to rhyme.
I like maid.
I'm afraid that's
You're quite
incorrect.
close, though. Incorrect, but very close. Bagger, would you like to reveal the answer?
No pink lemonade!
That's correct.
No tea, no shade, no pink lemonade. So that's 0 points, Kush.
That wasn't even close, by the way.
It rhymed with maid.
Yeah, I was getting that.
Okay, because your third question may or may not have been pre-recorded by Cheryl Hole. God, are you there again? It's not, no, sorry.
It's not recorded by Cheryl Hole. Okay, so I will be Cheryl Hole. In fact, your Cheryl impression was great earlier.
Shall I be Cheryl again, darling? Okay, whenever you're ready.
I'm ready.
Whenever you're ready.
I'm ready.
Whenever you're ready.
I'm ready.
Oh, okay.
So whenever you're ready, then,
What?
literally.
Okay, okay. Apparently I'm skipping a question, but then would Kush have enough questions, God?
Well, I'm not going to get
Okay,
mine.
okay.
Yeah, we're gonna.
The next question is as this. In the reading challenge, Who said this now immortal line? Detox, you're so seductive, but unfortunately, it's illegal to do it with you because most of your parts are under 18 years of age. Who gave that phenomenal read? Detox, you're so seductive, but unfortunately, it's illegal to do it with you because most of your parts are under 18 years of age.
Okay.
Do we have an answer, Kirsch?
Bagger, are you ready?
No.
Okay, give Bagger a second.
Bagger, you need the question again. The question again was...
Yeah, one more time.
In the reading challenge, who said this immortal line? Detox, you're so seductive. Please turn back around, Kush. Or you'll be disqualified. Who said, detox, you're so seductive, but unfortunately it's illegal to do it with you because most of your parts are under 18 years of age, referring to, I imagine, some surgery.
Okay, I'm just going to say...
Go on then, Kush.
Kush, reveal your answer.
Alaska.
That's correct.
Bagger.
Did you change your answer, Bagger?
No, I actually did write Tatiana, so...
Oh, well, thank you for being honest.
I'm going to be honest.
So that's 2 points for Kush.
That's 2 points to Kush. That does still mean you're at the bottom of our leaderboard.
Also, you put the twinkiest photo of me. Like...
It's a very twinky photo.
Yeah.
Okay, your final question, Kush, is going to be, in season 11's iconic lip sync between Brooklyn Heights and Evie Oddly, what song did they perform to?
I know this one, I think. Oh.
Okay.
The lip sync between Brooklyn Heights and Evie Oddly, what song did they lip sync to?
Wait.
Let's give Bagger a second.
Let's just give Bagger a second.
Oh, she does the crab and everything, doesn't her?
I nearly sung it. That would have been quite the clue. But I'm not going to do that because that's not fair.
Wait a minute.
Oh, I don't know.
Going to have to push you for an answer. Scary,
Is it
scary.
Paula Abdul?
No, incorrect.
Is it?
Kush, what was your answer?
It's Lady Gaga.
Incorrect.
What?
It was Demi Lovato. Sorry, not sorry.
So that's 0 points, everybody.
Final,
The final's Lady Gaga. That was iconic.
All right, Charlie. Incorrect, girl.
That was iconic.
Incorrect.
I want to win, so no points.
You're
Can we just
cancelled.
have the incorrect noise loads of times? just stop. Although actually, I don't know.
They did do an iconic lip sync.
Okay, well, anyway,
Oh,
we'll
God.
be moving on now
No, you didn't
to
win
our
that.
next
Okay.
contestant.
God is telling me Kush is done.
Give
which
it up
is
for
really
Kush,
hard.
everyone.
Thank you, Kush.
Okay, please welcome Kelsey.
I don't know why I'm here tonight.
Okay.
Okay, Kelsey, are you ready for your first question?
I am not. Just because I can Vogue does not mean I know anything about a drag race.
I think this one's okay. This one is kind of multiple choice. So
You've got a lot
I
of
think you're
answers
both
here.
going to do really well on this.
Okay.
Okay, both of you, can you name 3 queens across any season who have been eliminated first?
Any 3 queens that have been eliminated from Drag Race first. You guys can help, I think, if you want to shout any names out.
No, what?
Oh, sorry.
That's not fair. The others didn't get help.
That's incorrect.
My God, the primary school teacher in me is really strict about stuff like this.
Okay.
I'm sorry, you're by yourself,
Kelsey,
like all of us
how
are.
are you doing? You've only got one answer, Kelsey. You need 3.
We need 3 choices.
3 choices. Even Drag Race UK?
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. You got it?
No.
Yeah.
I want you to think really hard about that answer, because that's really not great.
Oh, well, let me look. That's a homophobic answer. That is homophobic. Right, let's just stop right there. Kelsey, please show everyone who you said was eliminated first from any season of Drag Race.
Miss Vanjie and RuPaul themselves.
RuPaul.
I mean, Bagger has experience. It's definitely incorrect. I mean, if we were handing out, like, tiny little points, you would get half a little point for Miss Vanjie, but unfortunately we don't get that. Bagger, did you find 3 answers?
Pork chop.
Correct.
Vanjie won.
Correct.
Yeah.
And is it James Mansfield?
Also correct. Round of applause. Well done.
So that's 0 points.
It's going to stay that way as
That's
well.
0 points.
Yeah.
Okie dokes.
Oh, and that one. Gothic candle, Gothic candle.
Gothic
candle, Gothic candle.
It's not easy to be the first out, bless them.
But they are our most iconic and favourites a lot of the time. Okay, next question. Who won the Snatch Game impersonating Maggie Smith?
So we should say Dame Maggie Smith.
That's true, we should. But I didn't. Are you ready?
Are you ready?
Kelsey?
I honestly, like, no, never going to be ready, so let's just...
Okay, that's incorrect. Bagger, would you like to tell us?
Ben de la Creme.
Correct. Okay, the next question is coming from Cheryl Hull. If you would like to swivel your chairs around.
Hello Divas, it's Cheryl Holt here. Now I've got a question for you. Now, how much money did Vivian claim that somebody put in me?
How much money did the Vivian claim someone had put in Cheryl Hole?
It's going well. Let's just get her answer. Kelsey, reveal your answer.
50p?
Correct!
50p. Correct, that's 1 point.
1 point, amazing.
Higher than expectations, yes.
Okay, and your final question, Kelsey, is as thus. What was the name of Vivacious's secondary head from her legendary workroom entrance? When she came in the workroom, Vivacious had a massive head on top of her head.
Kelsey's got no
You
idea.
could just see me, like, glazing over.
No, that's incorrect.
Is that my answer? Okay.
do you want to fashion a guess? I mean, stranger things have happened.
Sandra.
That's incorrect.
Incorrect. Bagger?
Ornacia.
Ornacia, correct.
Well done.
Oh, well, I
Thank
really wanted
you.
to say that, though, for a mastermind. Sharon. I wanted to say
Sandra,
Sharon.
wasn't it?
Kelsey, I tell you who loves the trier, God loves the trier.
Thank
Can we have
you.
a round of applause for Kelsey?
Give it up for Kelsey. Okay, so the winner of Drag Chase is...
Charlie Crabs!
Charlie! And to be fair, Bagger as well, because Bagger did pretty well.
You did amazingly well. But I keep walking into the light. Stop. There is a twist. That's right.
There is?
There is going to be a final round.
Oh, my God.
I don't know if you win anything. No, you don't
If I don't win anything, I'm not doing
Eternal glory
Oh,
for Miss
I'm
Charlie
down.
Crabs.
Please welcome
Come on
back,
down.
Charlie.
Can we have some applause for Charlie Crabs? Okay, you may now put your whiteboards down.
Shall we say that this is against Bagger for the win?
It is, so you can face each other this time, because I think that's going to be more intense. Like...
Oh, shall I provide a drone?
What we're going to make out for a minute.
Right, Bagger, you could win this. I'm going to come and crouch down, because I'm going to... Oh, no, you're mic'd up, but I'm going to crouch down
Can I
anyway.
sit with you,
It's
Charlie?
weirdly
No.
intrusive. Right, Bagger, you could destroy Charlie Craggs at this point.
And you are a frock destroyer.
You could destroy Charlie's
destroy
frock.
my frock.
Destroy it. Destroy it. Can't wait to... No, I nearly said something filthy. Okay, we have a question. The first person to shout out the answer, the correct answer, will win. Okay, the question is this. Okay, are we ready? Can we have a bit of a drum roll, actually? Make this with the... Bigger, tenser. Woo! How many seasons of RuPaul's Drag Race has Shangela appeared in?
3.
I'm going to say 4.
Charlie Craggs takes it!
Give it up for Charlie!
That's right. Mega fans of RuPaul's Drag Race will know that Shangela appeared on season 2, season 3, very briefly on season 4, and then All Stars 3. So congratulations, Charlie Craggs!
Congratulations, guys! Give it up for all of our contestants!
Woo! Okay, can we have a big round of applause as we say goodbye to our contestants, but do not move a muscle, because in a very, very few minutes, Bagger is going to finish off our whole day with an amazing performance. So you stay where you are, but can we have a round of applause for our contestants?
Woo! Thank you, Charlie, Christian, Kelsey, and Bagger. We'll see you in a few.
I'm gonna come in here. Hi, I'm talking to you on the live stream now. Hi, it's me, Juno Dawson. How are you? We're gonna end our live stream now, but if you want to watch Bagger's performance, you can do so later on Facebook and YouTube. Thank you, voice in my ear. Take care, bye live stream.
Love you, bye live stream, bye. All right, can we
Does
swear
that mean
now?
we can swear again now?
We can swear now. Can we swear?
No.
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 Incorrect.
Incorrect. Okay, so all that leaves us to do
Yes, is to tell you all
embrace
about
each
tonight.
other, because
Okay.
we got through it. Wait.
We did get through it.
We got through it. Amazing. That actually, do you know what? I thought that was quite slick.
I thought that was quite
That
slick.
was quite slick. We thought that was going to be chaos, and that was
No, it was really good.
good, wholesome fun.
I'm going to turn this round.
Okay, 'cause, yeah, it's ugly. We're going to tell you what's happening tonight. Now, once again, remember that your wristbands, they only do Q jump for GOY. Once GOY is full, it's full. So do make sure you get there in plenty of time to see my birth grandmother, Nicole Schertzinger, perform some songs.
That is going to be hot. I'm so ready.
God in my ear is saying get there for 10 to be on
10
the
o'clock
safe side.
sounds like a
Make
good
sure you
plan.
get into GOY for 10.
Also, go online and buy tickets to the Drag Olympics Brunch with a Twist, which is happening tomorrow. We'll see you there. We want to say a massive thank you for celebrating National Student Pride's 15th anniversary here at the University of Westminster. It has been one of the most incredible years ever. Student Pride is so important. It creates a safe, inclusive space for students all over the country to just be themselves, which is something that should be happening anyway. So thank you for being part of it. You're amazing.
I will say as well, are any of you planning to go to the brunch tomorrow? Yeah, tell you what about that brunch, bottomless Prosecco. Now,
Bottomless.
especially if you're a top, that's going to be really bad news. But there will be bottoms and bottomless Prosecco.
That's right. Don't forget, you can also identify as a side.
No.
Yeah, you can.
I've been out of the gay biz for 8 years, and a whole new word is invented. That's amazing.
I mean, I'm not a side. I'm a... Well, it doesn't really matter what I am.
Nobody's interested.
No. I mean, there might be.
God wants to know. God is saying, tell us.
Okay. I'm versatile.
Yay! I know that's
Thank you.
all day long. You've
Thank
been
you.
dying
You've been
to
dying
ask that
tonight.
question,
You've been
haven't you?
dying tonight.
Bagger, I'm seeing, is ready.
Okay, so
that's us saying goodbye.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. It's been an absolute pleasure spending this afternoon with you.
I'm James Barr.
I'm Juno Dawson.
We'll see you soon.
Bye.
Make sure you listen to the podcast. Be
Happy
safe.
Pride.
Be safe and enjoy the Pussycat Dolls. Give it up for Bagger Chips!
Hello, Student Pride! Let's party! To the bobby bop, to the bobby bop, to the bobby bop, to the bobby bop, go! Are you feeling much better today, guys? Oh, yeah! Got the twins in the room. My dance skills are second to none. 1, 2, 3, go! Hey, Mr. DJ, put a record on. I wanna dance with my baby. And when the music starts, I never wanna stop. It's gonna drive me crazy. Who's getting drunk tonight? Here we go! Music makes the people come together. Yeah! Music makes the boys party and forever. Yeah! Don't think of yesterday and I don't look at the clock. I like to boogie woogie. And it's like riding on the wind and it never goes away. Gotta have it when I'm in, got to have it every day. Music makes the people come together. Yeah. Music makes the bourgeoisie. Here we go, let's do some slut dropping. Hey, Mr. DJ. Now do you much better go? Oh, I said, do you like to play back of my acid rock? Hey, Mr. DJ, put a record on. I wanna dance with my baby. And when the music starts, I never wanna stop. It's gonna drive me crazy. Music makes the people come together. Yeah. Music makes the bourgeoisie and the rebel. I love you, student pride. Love one another. Be safe, be kind. God bless you. Much better. Oh, yeah, I said music makes the people come together. Yeah. Back here, London! My mouth is very, very dry, very dry. Thank you. Make some noise for my mate, Yaz! I'm bloody knackered now. Need to lie down, mate. Oh, is that a gin and tonic or water? Gin, thank you. Right. I don't normally drink, but I thought I'd have a few to be sociable tonight. We are no, I said to them, I'm not drinking tonight. And they said, really? I said, bugger off. I said, you got more chance of Cheryl Hall winning a badge than me not drinking. I'm really joking. She's my best mate, bugger off. Right. We like to drink with Bagger, because Bagger is your mate. And when we flop out, we like to right, we'll say it that way. Cheers! That actually was much better as well. That's the funny thing. Right, I'm going to do one more, and then I'm going for a cigarette. But really, these events are so important. So come out and just, I was one in Bristol the other day. Student pride, big up the LGBTQ plus students! This is a song called Break Up, Bye Bye. Here we go. We are the frog destroyers. Bag of chips is stunning, bag of chips is class, bag of chips is sexy, she takes it up the bag of pussy's burning, the ladies not for turning, so come take off your sweater, cause that is much better, 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 better. I don't wanna see you, baby, I don't wanna talk to you. I don't even need you, baby, I know what I wanna do. I've had enough of this ride. I spent enough of my time. What I'm about to say gon' blow your mind. I wanna break up, bye-bye. Maybe I'll see you in the next life. Don't wanna make up, tell you why. Cause I'm a superstar, so let's make some noise for Blue-Eyed Stranger. Stranger's in the game now, my beat for the gods. Working on my funny, beating all the odds. I can be the hero for the gays back home. Bitches better watch out. Now I'll send them home, 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 home. I don't wanna see you, baby. I don't wanna talk to you. I don't even need you, baby. I know what I wanna do. I've had enough of this ride. I spent enough of my time. What I'm about to say gon' blow your mind. I wanna break up, bye-bye. Maybe Maybe I'll see you in the next life. Don't wanna make up, tell you why. 'Cause I'm a superstar. Sabina!
Ooh, you see what you like. DGC, keep it tight. You know I'm rocking it right. True. I came to love, not to fight. But the gloves are off, it's time to say goodnight, goodnight, goodnight.
I don't wanna see you, baby. I don't wanna talk to you. I don't even need you, baby. I know what I wanna do.
I've had enough of this ride.
I've spent enough of my time.
Thank you, everybody. I wanna break up. Bye-bye. Maybe I'll see you in the next life. Don't wanna make up, tell you why. 'Cause I'm a superstar, so let's B-R-E-A-K. Break up. Bye-bye. Maybe I'll see you in the next life.
Don't wanna make up,
Tell you why. 'Cause I'm a superstar.
so let's
National Student Pride, keeping Frosted Detroit. Have a lovely night, everyone. Take care, be yourself, and be proud. Love you.